There's a button somewhere.
In closed session, wow. In closed session, the board gave direction to legal counsel. I would like to direct your attention to my left for translation services if necessary.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Si alguien necesita traducción, voy a estar haciéndolo simultáneamente. Puede pasar adelante para agarrar uno de estos dispositivos. En el momento que ellos estén hablando, voy a estar interpretando. Gracias.
Welcome to Modesto City Schools' 1,423rd regular board meeting of January 22nd, 2019. This meeting is now called to order. This meeting is being recorded and videotaped, and you can view the video of this meeting or past meetings on our website. I already covered the closed session. We gave direction to legal counsel. Please stand and join me for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, I'd like to move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. We have pleased to welcome students from Garrison Elementary School tonight to help us in the flag salute. Peyton Jones, fourth grader Peyton J, has an outstanding personality and is a helpful, honest rule follower. At school, she plays the violin, is a member of the chorus and safety patrol, and is a student council representative. Outside of school, she enjoys painting, drawing, collecting dolls, and gardening. Peyton J plans to be a professional artist or singer when she grows up. Miranda Perez, sixth grader Miranda, is a great role model with a strong leadership skills that will open many doors in her future. At school, she plays the violin, is a student council president. Outside of school, she likes to practice her violin and play baseball. Following college, Miranda plans to be a pediatrician. Students, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much. I want to call your attention to the fact that if you wish to address the board during the period for public comment on a subject not on the agenda, you must complete a public presentation request card and submit it to the board president prior to the period for public comment. Only those who have submitted cards will be called upon to speak, and no cards will be accepted after the period for public comment has begun. Every person who wishes to address the board must fill out a card. You will find cards in the lobby. We have some exciting things going on in Modesto City Schools, and we want to share in our recognition of our amazing staff and students. I'm going to turn this over to the superintendent, and prior to recognizing our staff and students, I would like the superintendent Noguchi to take a moment to make any announcements that she feels we as a board of the community should be aware of. Dr. Noguchi.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, first off, Happy New Year. 2019, this is our first board meeting to start, coming forward this spring. I did want to take a minute and first off, thank you all for coming because it's great to see so many people supporting their students, supporting staff, community members. The work of a school district is not just the employees within the school district, but it's the community at large, so I appreciate that. I also wanted to take a minute and say thank you to a number of folks who have supported me in my journey. For those of you who have not seen me or are seeing me for the first time this year, you'll see that I have a little bit of a different look. So I do want to stop and say and acknowledge thank you to the support of people over this last 6 months. Thank you for all the prayers that people have provided me. It has certainly been comforting to know that there is a wonderful community that I came into in July, given the constraints that I had in my health. But the good thing is I'm healthy, and evidence is the hair on the top of my head. My litmus test is to get more hair than Trustee Irvin here. So hopefully by the next school board meeting, then I will surpass him with that. But for those of you who don't know me and haven't followed me in that journey, this look is really a way of showing that I am healthy as opposed to the deficit, meaning that I'm not. So again, thank you for your prayers. Thank you for your support. Look forward to a fabulous new year, and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we're going to do some pictures.
All righty, wonderful. Thank you. All right, we're going to start out today with our character education recognition. These recognitions tonight is going to exemplify students in the area of compassion, initiative, and perseverance, all character traits that we would like to see not only our employees, but also our students to have in order to be successful in their careers as students and beyond. We're going to start with Luke Valenzuela, who's first grade, and he's being recognized for compassion. If you want to come up here. We also have Jacob Valenzuela, who's third grade, whose initiative, whose trait that we are recognizing, it's initiative. And we have Beth Weston from Beard Elementary coming forward to be able to show her recognition. Thank you, gentlemen. Now I'm making the assumption that you two are brothers. Yes? All right. You never know, but clearly there's a look-alike here.
We also have one boy.
All right. Well, we need him up here too.
I am up here to present this award, and I would like to thank Mrs. Stevens, first grade teacher, for nominating them. So it is my pleasure. Luke and Jacob held a hot chocolate stand in front of their home. Instead of collecting money, they collected cans for our KCRA canned food drive hosted by Beard School's Special Ed Department. They ended up collecting several hundred cans, which added to the success of our drive for local families. Some people did give cash donations, which they used to purchase more cans. So I would like to thank Luke and Jacob for their initiative, their compassion, and their commitment to helping others.
Thank you.
And Jacob.
All righty. Now we're going to do a picture.
Photo. Thanks.
Photo up. Over here. There's a camera right in front of you. There you go. Right here.
Come back
Perfect.
here.
Perfect. Right.
We'll come to you.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. Our next student that we'll be recognizing is from Johansen High School for perseverance. Sophia Reyes, 12th grader, and she will be recognized by Stephanie Arona, the foster youth coordinator. You're welcome.
Good evening. I'm going to read this because I don't want to miss any details. So this is Sophia Reyes, an outstanding student for Johansen. Sophia would be an excellent candidate for a character ed recognition. Sophia is a senior, came to Johansen High School this past semester with a determination to work hard in school and to pass her classes with A's. Her current GPA at the time was a 3.85. Sophia has made many moves during her 4 years of high school and has really turned it around with the desire to do her very best at Johansen. Sophia is respectful, personable, sincere, and determined to make things happen, knowing she's in control of her life by making good choices. While Sophia continues to maintain excellent grades and good attendance, she is working part-time at one of my favorite places, Baskin-Robbins, knowing that college is just around the corner. So I just like to celebrate Sophia.
Thank you. All righty. Thank you. Thank you both. And you have my microphone.
I was going to sing.
You're going to take it. You're going to sing for us? That would be wonderful. All right. Today we have a special recognition, recognizing those individuals that have been recommended for the California League of High Schools. Each year, Region 6, California is divided into multiple regions, and we are part of Region 6. Region 6 recognizes educators that have really excelled in their craft, are innovative in their practices, and are really looking at education reforms, really looking at what is it going to take for our kids, for the students to be successful, and how do they change their practice to be able to meet the needs of those students. Unfortunately, we have a few teachers that were not able to be here tonight, but I want to be able to share their names, and then I will recognize those folks that are here in the audience. The first is Bayer nominee Tammy Holliday, Enoch's nominee Chris Hayden, and Grigori with Daniel Moreno. They were unable to come tonight. However, we do have 4 in the audience that are here to be recognized. The first is Davis nominee John Gann and Assistant Principal Monica Lombardo. Want to come on up? Next one is Downey nominee with Renee Guevara and Principal Richard Baum. Thank you. And Modesto's nominee Marvin Greener with Vice Principal Alfredo Gonzalez. Finally tonight, the educator that would move forward for the state competition is Melanie Hildebrandt from Johansson High School with Principal Nathan Shar, who's going to tell us a little bit about her. So thank you, and thank you all for your service.
Well, thank you very much. It is with great pride that I get to introduce Melanie Hildebrandt. She won this region for the Educator of the Year for California. And she's an amazing person, simple as that. She came to me, or I heard about her 6 years ago when I first got to Johansson. She wasn't at Johansson yet. She was a drama teacher, and we needed a drama teacher. So I went looking for her, and I hired her as a drama teacher, and she was outstanding and fabulous. And then within 1 year, she said, I want to be a college counselor. So then she became a college counselor, and she is by far the most amazing college counselor that I know, because I've never worked with Mr. Gann. I'm just saying, I've never worked with Mr. Gann because he's amazing too. But she is absolutely amazing. She cares for the kids. She cares about the adults. She gets kids into college. Simple as that. And that's why she was our Educator of the Year. So congratulations.
Get everybody in the right place.
Got everybody? All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty, and our last recognition is what we entitle MCS Heroes. These are adults in our system that go above and beyond the call of duty in support of our teachers and our students and our staff, and really make Modesto City Schools what it is, a great place to work and a great place to send our students to. So tonight we're recognizing a wide variety of adults, an administrative assistant, a vice principal, and a volunteer. So it's not just teachers that are being recognized or certain staff, it's anyone that gives back, going back to the theme that it really takes all of us to be able to work together to make Modesto City Schools what it is. So we're going to first start out with Elsa Robinson, who is an administrative assistant for Modesto High School. She's being nominated by Sue Blinkenstaff, thank you, avid coordinator for Modesto. Who is Sue? You're Sue. There you are.
I'm Sue. I nominated Elsa because I'm the AVID coordinator at Modesto High, and I have a lot of balls that are constantly in the air. And if I drop a ball, I don't drop a ball because Elsa's right there. There's never been anything that I don't think there's anything she can't do. We know that our ladies in the front office, they run the school. We know that. But she also helps me run my part. I really couldn't do any of what I do without her, and I really, really appreciate her. She is my hero. She's going to get a cape.
and thank you for nominating her. All right, thank you. Our next nominee is I'm going to welcome Debbie Vaughn, teacher at Everett, who's going to say a little bit about her.
This is our vice principal, Lisa Freimeyer, and we think that she's amazing. And Dan Brown is the one that nominated her. And when we found out that she had been selected for the MCS Hero, the school, we were just so thrilled. I think every teacher, their only disappointment was, darn it, I wish it would have been me that nominated her. But we're so thankful to have you. So this is what Dan Brown wrote. Mrs. Freimeyer works tirelessly every day to make sure that every single aspect of our school runs smoothly. She is able to multitask, juggling several different situations all at the same time. She is high energy, super motivated, always positive, and cares for every single student with all of her heart. She is in touch with every single student and staff member. She listens carefully and cares and gives 100% every day to be the greatest service to others. She deserves this recognition for the amazing job that she is doing. Great job.
Wow, you have a big fan base out there.
Everett's loud and proud, you gotta know. How do I get them?
Thank you. Thank you. So last but not least, we have the opportunity to recognize volunteers. Volunteers, this is free time. These are people that have chosen to give back to our schools as opposed to give back somewhere else. So we really, really appreciate their time and energy and effort in giving back to our schools. So today I'd like Jenny and Janelle Foster to come on up, volunteers for Shackelford Elementary with Principal Sue McCann, sharing a little bit about them. Thank you.
I'm getting in the middle. All righty. So I speak on behalf of not just me, but of Wilson School as well. And Shaq, where you guys at, Shaq? Woohoo! So I just want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. You are heroes in more than a zillion ways, and I can go on and on. These two ladies come to school almost every day. They work in the classrooms. They know the students by name. They've established relationships. They still go to Wilson and mentor two students that they just couldn't say no to, and those students adore them. They clothe our students. They feed our students. If there's a need, literally, they can hear of the need, not even through me, through just whomever, and that need is taken care of. But like I said, most importantly is their time. They come and they spend time with the students, and they care about the students, and they are known as Miss Jenny, Miss Janelle. Miss Jenny, Miss Janelle, and everybody knows them by Miss Jenny and Miss Janelle. And so I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. You are my heroes. You are, I was counting how many kids you've touched, and probably over 1,000 kids in the community easily they've touched. So I just want to appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. And I agree with whoever said the cape. They definitely deserve capes for sure. So thank you for loving on the students and this staff, right? They just come and they just love on the staff. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Anytime.
Perfect. All right. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right. If you were in the audience and if you were recognized for any one of the recognitions, could you please stand? So we got some students, we got some volunteers, we have some adults. Those that are sitting down, let's give these folks a big round of applause. Wonderful, and thank you for coming tonight, and have a great evening. Thank you.
All right, I believe this brings us up to A7, which is the approval of the consent agenda. And I already see a hand up for a question, Trustee Irvin.
Yes, I wanted to pull the items of the consent agenda for the contracts. I have a question.
Which one is that? Which number? All the construction?
Yes, all the construction.
Okay, so all the construction, and your question is, Trustee Irvin.
I see that where it says it's being announced in the Modesto Bee, and wanted to know the possibility of having it announced in other publications such as Vita and the Valier and Central Valley Voice that reaches other communities. So that's my only question.
This feels like it's going to be Mr. Zierle's territory. So we're just about the announcement of construction projects to the public or the bids?
I'm going to defer to Senior Director Roger Orth as to our process for advertising a bid.
Good evening. Thank you for the question. What was the name of that agency again you mentioned?
Vita and the Valier. Yes, newspaper, and Central Valley Voice.
Got it. All right. I will look into both of those. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Roger.
Thank you.
President Walker, before we vote, I have a conflict to, I'm not sure. I have a non-working microphone. Can you hear me? No? Oh, yeah, there it is. Just need to get it closer. Okay, I have a conflict on item C18. It is a conflict pursuant to Government Code Section 1090, but it falls under the exception of Government Code Section 1091. It's a family business. So.
Okay, so we have, I'm going to pull C18 from the original thing. The other consent item I'm going to pull out for a bit of not necessarily discussion, but highlighting is D1, which is to do with an award, and I will come back to that at the end. So I think what I'd like to do now first is have a vote on C18 without you, and then you can come back, and then we do everything in sequence. So I am looking for an emotion to approve consent item C18 for payment to Wiley Electronics. Motion by Trustee Brown, seconded by Trustee Lopez. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Hands up. Thank you very much. Trustee Newman, you can come back. So my intention now is to do the rest of the consent agenda minus item D1. And because I listened to my vice president, what I'm going to do is make it essentially summarize what we have on the consent agenda, which is 18 business items, not included and limited to an adopted budget, authorizations to street construction and facility maintenance, approvals for second reading of board policies, construct curriculum instruction items, 2 human resource items, and miscellaneous items, one of which is the approval of the last board minutes. To give some folks some context of what's in the consent agenda so it doesn't appear that we're not being transparent. So, minus C18 and D1, I am looking for a motion to approve consent agenda. I see Trustee Benz. Looking for a second. Trustee Irvin. All those in favor say aye and raise your hand. Aye. So I will now turn over D1 to the superintendent to sort of shine some light on what this particular item is, which I also agree with her should be highlighted.
Okay. So for this particular item, I'm going to ask Ms. Mack to be able to speak to it, as she's been working with a team of individuals in writing this grant. However, this grant, under this grant, it is required that the board pass a resolution that needs to go forward as far as approval of this grant. But before we do that, and then I'll do roll call, I'm going to have Ms. Mack speak to this great work, which I think is really good for our district moving forward relative to our refugee programs and the work that the team has been doing. So, Ms. Mack.
We're very excited to receive this grant. It was a grant that we were surprised to be able to get because there was extra money, and so we were offered to apply for the grant for CalNew projects, and we were awarded the amount of $286,000. This will help us. Part of the grant is to identify refugee students that we could not do because our enrollment package do not allow us to do this. So we need to hire someone to identify. Also, in this process, we've done a wonderful job, and I really appreciate IRC, World Relief, Center of Human Services, and our own LI teachers in both Roosevelt and in Davis. We came together as a team, worked together as a team for the plan, for the grant, and came up with the next steps. So we're excited to be awarded the grant and that we can start now putting some services together for our refugee students and our newcomers to the program. So we're very excited.
Thank you very much. Back to the board for any questions. Trustee Marks.
I don't, do these work? Oh, these work. This works. Okay, mine works. I just want to ask you, is this the project that we worked on a couple, like last year with World Relief, where it was the grant, but was that the small one? Is that just the little one?
Honestly, it was this one, and we didn't get it originally.
Okay.
And once they sent out money, they had some money extra. So we went to a refugee RSI grant, and we received that recently, but not for the amount of money we needed. And so they offered us to apply for this, and we were able to get the extra. So you'll see in here, it says followed by a second and third year, meaning this grant is already in place. So we have a shorter amount of time to put it in effect because the grant was already started when we received them. We're receiving the funds now.
That's great. I love
It's a
to
great
see all the
teamwork,
partnerships and teamwork.
yeah, it's
That's so
wonderful to be able to work with the team.
Trustee West.
I just had a quick question. What kinds of things are we going to be able to do with this money?
Some of it is working with the county. There is some restrictions that we need to follow, so we'll have some meetings that we need to attend, not with county education, but the county that monitors refugees. Which is a program we haven't worked with before, so that's a great partnership there. Along with that is Center of Human Services. Well, IRC is going to do some working, able to work with students on some working pieces for those kids to get involved in how do I work, what do I do in our culture. So there's some pieces that we'll be working with IRC and paying our IRC to work with our students on some work programs. Along with Center of Human Services, there was a request to help our staff understand cultures. And so we have some works and some planning to do with that and some PD. So there's some pieces we still need to work out, some logistics, but they have agreed to partner with us. And so we're excited to start that process.
Trustee Brown.
So just on behalf of the board, I want to make sure that each of the players that was responsible in putting this together, here's our gratitude for that extra second effort to make sure that it happened.
I'd be happy to share that, and they'll be excited to. We've shared with them that we received the grants, and we are excited now to put it in place.
Seeing no more lights, is there anyone at the public that would like to make a comment before we bring it back to the board? Seeing none, back to the board for any comments. I think I will agree with Trustee Brown. I think it shows great work effort. I think it also highlights a program that we've all worked very hard to continue to support and build over the years, and additional resources I'm sure will be put to good use. That being said, I am looking for a motion to approve. I got a whole sorts of them. Everybody wants Trustee Newman, a second by Trustee Lopez. And then I will hand this back over to the superintendent. This requires a roll call vote with a resolution aside.
Alrighty, Student Representative Benz. Aye. Trustee Brown. Aye. Trustee Irvin.
Aye.
Trustee Lopez. Aye. Vice President Marks.
Aye.
Trustee Newman.
Trustee West. And President Walker.
Aye. Unanimously with this funny mic. That brings us to the approval of order of discussion action items. Are there any members of the board who wish to speak regarding the order of discussion action items? Are there any members of the public who wish to speak regarding the order of discussion or action items? Bring it back to the board. Do I have a motion to approve? Oh, I got cards out of order. To approve the order of action items. My trustee Newman, I see a second with Student Representative Biz. All those in favor say aye and raise your hand. Aye. We're moving along briskly now. Public presentation, A8. Thank you for attending tonight's meeting. Your attendance shows your interest in our schools, and for that we thank you. The period for public comment is limited to 30 minutes. Time will be allotted to individuals based on the number of request cards submitted. The maximum time for any one speaker is 3 minutes. I also want to remind you that if you wish to make a complaint against a specific district employee, you should follow the district's personnel complaint procedure. Copies of that procedure are also available in the lobby, as are agenda copies, which outline the procedure we will observe during the period for public comment. The right to address the board does not exempt a speaker from any potential liability for defamation. Before I ask tonight's speakers to address the board, I want to clarify that we may not engage in any discussion on the topics that will be raised because we are legally obligated to provide the public with advance notice about topics that the board will be discussing. Agendas are intended to inform the public about all topics of discussion and action, so anyone interested in a particular subject on the agenda may attend the meeting and address the board. While we cannot engage in discussion on items not on the agenda, I assure that we will listen attentively to your comments. Again, thank you for joining us tonight. I have 2 cards, and so I ask that each speaker come up to the podium to address the board. You will have 3 minutes to speak. And I see Briss Bulgarin, one of our students who I recognize from a past meeting. Welcome.
Thank you. So at my school, Mark Twain Junior High, there's like a bit of unfairness, not just like with a certain staff, but like with everyone. And so if I have, for example, I have a friend and she had a brother that used to go to this school, and he was a bit of a troublemaker, and she really isn't. But at any time that she would like something would come up, they would automatically think she was guilty because of her brother. But that's not exactly true, because not everyone is the same according to their family. And this doesn't happen to me, but just because it doesn't happen to me doesn't mean that it doesn't happen to the other people, and someone has to speak up for them. And it's just not fair to that person, because anybody from your family could do anything, but that doesn't mean it represents who you are as a person. That's it. Thank you.
Second card I have is Miss Kalia Edwards, which I believe is going to be from Mark Twain as well, because I recognize your...
Wait, what was it? Okay, so for math, we're starting SBAC preparation, and for my class, I don't know if it's different with the other math teacher or whatever, but for my class, for the SBAC preparation, it's confusing because what we're being taught in our class is completely different from what's being like on the practice test or whatever. It's like different, so many of the people in my class don't understand the questions, and it's like confusing for them. And so basically all I want to say is, like, if we could like have teachers from Mark Twain or whatever like teach us some things that might, like, some different things that will probably help us for the testing. And that's pretty much all.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. And we always like to hear from our students, and especially those that I recognize from past meetings. You guys are great because you continue to come back, which shows your commitment as well. It's appreciated. Okay, I believe it gets us to B1, Board of Education Student Representative Report, Ms. Benz.
Testing. Okay. So the next Interhigh Council meeting will take place on the 30th of this month at Enoch's Library at 6 o'clock to 7. School just started, so we haven't had the meeting yet. But it is homecoming season at our high schools, so the leadership classes, the ASB classes are working diligently on putting on homecoming, which requires a lot more work than what I expected when I was coming in as a freshman. It's homecoming royalty. The classes put on outdoor activities every day of the week. The basketball game, obviously, rallies. They decorate the hallways, put on floats. So if you get the chance to take a look at some of the high schools when they're putting on homecoming, Mohai does a really good job at decorating the hallway. I know a lot of the other schools do too. Tournament of Talent is on April 17th. I encourage anyone to go. It's a great way to show your support for a lot of talented students in the district. And we have a variety of talents too, so that's always fun to see. So that's the main project this semester for the Interhigh Council, and we're going on full force, going to get sponsors. I have one student working on a poster right now. I'm sorry. Currently, I'm working with Mr. Hurst, who's in charge of the after-school programs, in instituting a Modesto City Schools book club where high school students can read to elementary school students. It'll be more one-on-one or one-on-two, so it'll be a more collaborative and private reading style between the students, the high school mentors, and the elementary students. Need to come up with a more creative name than book club, so if anyone has suggestions. And then aside from that, I've been working with the athletic director at my school, Mr. Wallace, in creating a proposal to maybe someday allow a girls' varsity basketball to play at a homecoming game the day of homecoming, maybe instead of the freshmen or the JV team, and they would play the day before. So that's kind of a scheduling nightmare, but I know that a lot of our varsity girls this year were wanting to play, and that's never happened. So I just hope that we lay the foundation so someday in the future we can have a girls' homecoming too. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, questions from the public? And bring it back to the board for comments. I will reinforce the one I continue to hammer with you at each time, is that the talent show competition is a lot of fun. And if you get a chance to go out and see it, go out and see it. It's just fun to watch all those students do what they do, but there's also sort of the colors and which school has more spirit and sort of the cheering back and forth. And it really is an amazing event to sit and watch, and certainly appreciate getting up on a stage and performing in front of your peers is crazy hard. This may look difficult. It's not singing or dancing in front of all your friends, which has got to be unnerving to no end. And I would encourage folks to go do and see that performance.
It's also, it has the winners of every high school in the district. So there's a lot of talent at the tournament. So I encourage all of you to come.
Yeah. Now, we saw, I think 3 years now I've done, and last year was really cool, and you're right, because it's every high school, and it's amazing to see what the folks do. And I don't understand the judging, because you can probably give an award to everybody, but it's a fun night. This mic is driving me nuts. Okay, Mr. B2, Modesto Teachers Association. Mr. Burton, any report tonight, sir? Thank you, sir. California School Employees Association, B3. I'm seeing nothing, so we'll assume there's not a report there. That brings us back to the regular agenda, B5. Report on the governor's 2019-20 budget proposal, which feels like Mr. Zierle.
I apologize before.
I skipped one. I did. See? There's too much accounting up here. Approval of acceptance of the district's 2017-18 financial statement and auditor's report, which should still come your way, correct, sir?
Correct. Thank you, President Walker. I'm pleased to introduce Samantha Moore, a supervisor with Vavrinick Trine Day and Company, who's here to make a presentation to the Board of Education on the audit results, opinions, and findings. But first, I just want to recognize the leadership of Senior Director Michelle Price and Accounting Supervisor Kim Campstra for the work they do overseeing the staff in the accounting department and getting the results that we see in this audit report. So, assuming the microphone's working, I will turn it over to Samantha.
Can you hear me okay? Is that sound? Can you hear me or okay? I would just like to, before I get started, thank you, Board and Superintendent, for having me here tonight and giving me a little bit of your time. And I would like to reiterate what Tim just said and to include him in it as well, to just let you know how much we appreciate you guys having Tim, Dwayne, Kim, and Michelle and all their staff available for us when we're out here, because like I said, we're never here at a convenient time for them, and they're always very accommodating and do their best that they can to get us what we need and as promptly as possible. So I would just like to let you know how much we really appreciate it. I'm just going to kind of walk through the report, hitting the highlights, so you can either stop me as I go along if you have any questions, or you can wait until the end, because I know that some of you, if not all of you, have participated in the exit, so some of this is probably going to be a little bit redundant for you, so I will keep it brief. I'm going to start on page 5. That's your management discussion and analysis, and you'll see this is the only document within the report that is on the district's letterhead. And what it is this contains condensed versions of selected financial statements and footnotes. And with the help of the business office, Michelle and Tim, they help us update the text areas of the MD&A, which include your financial highlights, significant accomplishments for the fiscal year, and economic factors and next year's budgets and rates. And we complete all tables and financial summaries just to ensure that they agree to the financial statements that are attached. Next, I'd like to go on to pages 14 and 15. This is your entity-wide statements. And what these two statements do is they take all the individual funds of the district and condense them down into these two financial statements. On page 14 is the statement of net position, and this is similar to a balance sheet. It just contains some additional information, which is your capital assets and your long-term obligations. Your capital assets as of June 30th, net of depreciation, were approximately $368.7 million. And if you want to see further detail relating to your capital assets, you can go to note 5, page 43, and it just gives you a little bit more detail relating to those. Your long-term obligations are approximately $200.8 million as of June 30th. And if you want to see detail relating to those, you can go to note 10, page 48 to 51, and it'll give you brief descriptions of each classification of debt and if applicable, debt schedules, for example. The bulk of your long-term debt is comprised of your general obligation bonds, which is approximately $99.7 million of your total debt, which is the 50% of the debt. But it's important to remember this is debt that is paid from revenues collected from the taxpayers who approve the issuance of this debt. And as of 4/17/18, the district was required to implement GASB 75, and this is related to your other post-employment benefits. It was just a change in how you previously were required to report it. Previously, you were able to recognize the debt, a portion of the debt over a 30-year time period, and now it is requiring you to recognize that debt all at once. So it's putting it in line with your net pension liability, which you had to implement a few years ago. So it's just where your net pension liability requires you to recognize the obligation for your STRS and PERS unfunded liability. And then you'll see that the second to last line of the net statement of net position has a deficit balance of $253.9 million. The primary reason for this is your GASB 68, the net pension liability that you're required to recognize. The net effect of the net pension liability on this statement is $288 million decrease, but it's important to remember this net pension liability and the OPEB obligation are only recognized in your statement of net position and your statement of activities. The activity relating to these two items, they are not required to be recorded in the fund statement, so you're not booking them in the general fund, for example. And next I'd like to go on to page 15. This is your statement of activities. This is similar to an income statement. It's reporting the revenues and expenditures of the district. It just reports them in a slightly different format. It's what we've termed functional, and it's just intended to let the user of the report know, for example, instruction. All revenues that were used for instruction and all expenditures related to instruction. So every instead of seeing, say, certificated salaries and books and supplies, it's all reported in that particular line item as it relates to instruction. And next I'd like to go to pages 16 and 19. These are your governmental fund statements, and these are the statements you're probably more familiar with. These report each major fund, and then all non-major funds are grouped together in the non-major governmental funds column. If you want to see what makes up the individual funds in the non-major governmental funds column, in the back of your report is on pages 91 and 92 are your combining balance sheet and your combining statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. So it will report your activity, for example, of the adult fund and the cafeteria fund, and then it all ties back to that total column there. Your general fund will always be the primary operating, because it's the primary operating fund of the district. It will always be a major fund, but the other funds can change from year to year based on the activity within that fund, revenues and expenditures, assets and liabilities. So one fund could be a major fund one year, and then due to lack of activity, or say money gets spent down, then it'll become a non-major fund, or vice versa if you got an influx of revenues, for example. And then on the following pages are some additional statements I'd like to go over. On pages 22 to 24 are your proprietary funds. This is where your self-insurance fund activity is recorded, and this tracks your workers' comp, property, liability, and dental coverage insurance activity. And again, there's a statement of net position, statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance, as well as a cash flow statement for the for your self-insurance fund. And then on page 25 and 26 is your fiduciary fund statements, and this tracks the activities for your scholarship trusts and your associated student body accounts. These are not included in the government-wide financial statements because they are not seen as resources available for the district to utilize. The district is seen as a custodian of these funds. They are, like I said, these are your student body account monies, and then the your scholarships. Next, I'd like to go on to page 89. This is your schedule of financial trends and analysis. And what this is a 3-year look at the activity that has occurred in the general fund, and then it gives you the next year's budget. So it reports your 18-19 budget, but it's important to remember that this is at a point in time, so it doesn't reflect any changes or all changes that may have been made by the board through today, for example. And for a district your size, the state requires that they have a reserve minimum of 3%. And as you'll see, the district's reserve percentage is 14.8%. And this speaks well for the board and the business office that you have, shows that you are having good fiscal oversight and watching where the money is coming and going. And then lastly, I'd like to go on to page 104. This is a summary of auditors' results. And this breaks down the opinion that we issue by opinion area, your financial statements, your federal awards, and your state awards. And you can see that each of those areas has an unmodified opinion, and what that means is that it's a clean opinion the financial statements are materially correct, and relating to the federal awards and the state awards, in addition to being materially correct, that we haven't found any instances of significant non-compliance. And then on pages 105, 106, and 107, these are your finding sections, your financial statements, your federal awards, and your state awards. And you'll see on each one of those, it's indicated that there are none reported. So there were no findings that were put in your audit report. There were just some control deficiencies that were put in the management letter observations and recommendations. That's at the back of the report, pages 109 to 113. And these are related to some of the high schools, elementaries, and middle schools that we visited in the prior year. And if you want, I can go over them, or you want me to just summarize them briefly? What would you prefer? Okay. There were just some, okay. There was just some relating to inventory reconciliation at a couple of the high schools, and that not that they were performing the reconciliation, but there just wasn't an analysis between what was being sold and the inventory that was being taken, for example. So it was just that without that analysis, there's no controls over determining what may be missing or stolen or maybe becoming obsolete, for example. There were a couple of prohibited expenditures, just instances where student body money shouldn't be used for expenditures. You have to be really careful. One was related to a charitable donation. So again, because it's under the district's tax ID number, they just have to be really careful, because those kind of donations can be seen as gifts of public funds, which is not. So it's just really, they have to be really, really clear what the money is being used for, so that there's never any chance that somebody would come back and say, well, I donated this money for my kids to go somewhere and it went to got donated to the Red Cross, for example. So we just say that if you're going to do that, just be really clear and concise as to what the money is being used for, so that there is never any possibility of confusion. And then one area was related to just an expenditure that was seen to be actually a responsibility of the district, not the ASB shouldn't be buying classroom supplies. And then there was just a couple at some of the sites relating to, which we see quite frequently, relating to disbursements not being pre-approved. And a lot of times we see those when it comes to things that are going to be employee reimbursements, where the advisor or teacher has to go buy the stuff ahead of time, and then they get reimbursed later on, and sometimes the pre-approvals just don't happen. So that's when we just recommend that you, as much as you possibly can, establish open purchase orders, like at the beginning of the year or the beginning of the month. Just makes it easier because generally most sites know which ones are frequently using reimbursements. And then there was a couple instances where some of the sites, the bookkeepers and the teachers and advisors, they're at a couple sites, were holding on to deposits. Deposits to the bookkeeper were in excess of 30 days, and same as the bookkeeper making deposits to the bank, that holding on to money within excess of 30 days. And then there was one relating to one of the sites had some deficit balances in their general ASB and in their sports club account, and then their overall ledger balance was a deficit, but it was indicated by the district that the district office is working with them currently to resolve that situation. And that's about all there was. So nothing severely drastic.
Thank you very much for your time, for your report. We look forward to this one each year. Questions from fellow board members? Okay. Trustee Marks.
So thank you. Always a thorough report, and this was great. I appreciate you shared a lot more than we have in the past, but I appreciate that. So, but I do have a question for our staff on especially the findings for our associated student body. Are we doing trainings I know we did periodic trainings. I didn't know if we were still doing trainings for them to help them know exactly how to collect the money that comes in, what the rules are, how to make the deposits on a timely basis, and all the things that they're found that they're not doing. We always have somebody that messes up on this every year. I'm not surprised by it. I just wanted to know if we're still doing the trainings.
Yes, as noted in the reference material for the agenda on page B41, staff has gone out to the sites to retrain and ensure that corrective action is being implemented to prevent or reduce these occurrences in the future. So, yes, that has happened.
Okay, good.
And we always go over with them as well as with the district at the time when we're out there and discuss with them potential corrective actions as well. So, that to help them out. Because like you said, a lot of these are it's very rare you see anybody that doesn't have them just because of the volume of transactions and the hands that are involved.
Yes, it's true. Okay, thank you.
I believe this is a light with Mr. Irvin.
Yes, just to follow up with that, with the training that Trustee Marks, Vice President Marks was alluding to. Now, does each site have a FCMAT manual there that is, there as a desk reference, so they can refer to when handling that? Because I know all that stuff is outlined in that FCMAT, and so who is providing the training, and how often are they getting the training in order to mitigate these instances?
The accounting supervisor, Kim Kamstra, and her staff, Kim Kamstra, would oversee the training. We do annual training for our student body representatives. We do there is annual workshops that we recommend that they go to, especially new people to the school site. And as you mentioned, the FCMAT student body manual is our resource for do's and don'ts that is available to everybody. It's available online as well for reference. So we believe there, even with all of that, there's a lot of activity going on in a school, especially a high school office, and things get missed periodically, and we go out and remind we remind the staff that of the importance of meeting the timelines, the 30 days, the amounts, and just making good notes of what's going on. So last year we had 0, I believe, which is odd. As Samantha points out, it's not common to have, especially when we have 7 comprehensive high schools, to have 0 findings, but we did last year. We were very proud of that. But this is a case where transactions popped up in their examination of transactions, and we do provide both annual training and then follow-up training to the sites that are referenced.
So I would pick up on what Mr. Zerley just said, is that I think I would be more nervous about the report if it didn't have an ASB finding in the back of it. And that not just from a board perspective, but from a parent perspective who's worked football games and done band boosters and done trips. The reason I don't handle money is because I don't want to, but it's very tricky when you get all those different moving pieces going on, and I think they do a good job. But again, it would leave big red flashing lights in my mind if they didn't find something, because it's so tricky to do these different events when you're out at a site or doing a fundraiser and working with boosters and staff and teachers and trying to get a deposit done. I think that it's expected to find stuff, and if we didn't, I would be nervous. And I appreciate your report. Looking, no more lights here. Is there any comment from the public? Sir. Okay.
So it looks like a public discussion, so you will get a copy.
I believe it's on its way. Right now, we are proactive here.
And they are available. Copies of the report are available in the Business Services Office upon request. I believe we also put them online, but I apologize that somebody told you that they're not available to you for public use, because it is available in my office for anybody upon request.
I was just saying in advance while we're talking here, so I can follow. Thank you so much.
Okay, then back to the board for comments. I think the one I would make is every year I sort of talk about this report being a different way to look at the data. The story's a bit different, the language is a bit more readable. And so I highlighted 2 pages, 83 and 84. And so if you look at those 2 pages, what you'll see is what I call the summary of the federal dollars. And it's an interesting way to look at it, and it's instructive to see where the federal money comes from and where it goes in one place versus the other way we see it in the budget. And I think one of the interesting things here is how much money we receive for food compared with what we receive in Title I. Food is almost as much in response to how much money we get for helping feed our students as we do in Title I assistance to educate them. It's an interesting breakdown and gives you a perspective on the lack, for a better word, of federal money that comes into our schools, because they seem to have a very large footprint, but they have very little input when it comes to the dollars on the table. And it's an interesting summary. I appreciate your report. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have more comments here. Who was up first? Chad? Trustee Brown.
Yes, just a question for the district, and I'm wondering if there isn't, in all my years with school boards, I think last year was the only time that we didn't see a finding. But it brings to my mind, should there be some kind of a check and balance system that allows us as a district to find these issues before they are presented in an audit?
We do our own checks internally. We'll check random transactions, random sites for activity to see if we can prevent something being found by the auditor. We do value our audit relationship. It's their job to find things. And we do send people out to test transactions. We test transactions that come into our office. But again, there are some things that we may not test, but they test it, and it gets picked up. So we can't test 100% of the transactions, but we do random ones as well.
I believe we have Vice President Marks. A light? No. Oh, see, look, we've mislabeled things. Trustee Newman.
Thank you for coming to again tonight. I attended the audit committee meeting, so I did get the exit interview. I just wanted to highlight something that came out at the exit interview, which was the comprehensive discussion in the audit on our pension liabilities, and then OPEG.
Oh yes.
The new change on that, and I'm like looking for the exact page. The way you're okay, so GASB is generally accounted generally accepted accounting
standard boards.
Yes, yeah. Basically, that's the rules you have to live by. That state what you need to be doing, and so the rule changed. So when I looked at this year's audit in comparison with last year's audit, then there was a new number. Well, I'm on 35, but I'm looking for that number. There's a new number. And now I'm not sure where the OPEB number is.
If you look on page 73, note 16, it talks about the restatement. We had to restate your beginning balance.
Yeah.
It shows the your net position last year was 95.9 million. The restatement to get the total OPEB liability on your books was the decrease of 63.2 million, resulting in the new beginning balance of 32.7 million.
Right. So it changed some numbers from the previous year, and so just wanted to point that out because of a change in the accounting principles that we need to follow. So thank you.
Thank you. And it's very detailed, and you'll see it's getting heavier and much thicker than it's been in the past.
Yeah.
But I did want to take one opportunity before I go to just to let you know. Like you said, there are some things with the ASB, but it's really good because another board that I was presenting to was asking who I would recommend as a district to follow regarding their ASB, because they have some ASB issues they're working on to clear up. and I definitely recommended your high school district because, like you said, even though there are a few little errors, you guys have really great staff in place, and Kim and her staff really work hard to stay on top of these. And so definitely kudos to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sure they appreciate the referral because it's nice knowing you've done a good job on a tricky issue. Thank you very much. We need we need a motion to accept the audit report. Have a motion by Trustee Marks. Do I have a second? Trustee West. All those in favor say aye and raise your hand. Aye. This passes unanimously. Now we get back to where I sort of jumped the shark before. We're on to 5. Report on the governor's 2019-20 budget proposal. Mr. Zierle, I think you're back on deck again.
Thank you again, President Walker. Last Tuesday, representatives from the district and Modesto Teachers Association drove to Sacramento and heard a presentation from school services regarding the release of the governor's budget proposal for the state of California, but in particular, what we're interested in is the funding for education. And so I apologize, this presentation is different than other presentations you'll see in format due to the time we got the information and getting it turned around for review at this board meeting. I adapted the presentation from school services, and so you'll see in here, you'll see their copyright because this is their presentation. I changed some things for us, but in order for ease and quickness, that's what we did. This is the first step in our budget development process that concludes with budget approval in June. So we can't do anything until the governor releases his or her proposals, in this case his proposals, for the state budget, which is done every January. The first slide contains 5 bullets. I'd like to just point on the third one. This seems a little odd based on the perception that you probably hear or read in the media that districts will continue to face budget challenges as the local control funding formula funding flattens and costs rise. There is, I believe, I've read articles, there's a perception that districts are flush with dollars this year based on the local control funding formula being fully funded, and then proposals from this governor. That may or may not be the case as we go through this presentation, and which is why we wanted to get the information out to the board and to the public as to what can be expected as we go through the next 5 months towards budget adoption. So what's not in the budget? Really what we focus on here is the fact that the funding targets have been achieved, but higher aspirational targets are not included in the budget. We're 43rd, 44th, 45th, however, whatever formula you want to use in the nation in funding. And so we are at our target levels. And unless those targets continue to move up, we're faced with modest increases year over year. And this budget, very different than the prior administration, does not provide any funds for one-time discretionary grants. What does remain, the LCAP is the centerpiece of the accountability system. And this year there is new requirements as far as budget overview for parents, and then new prompts to identify and detail plans for schools identified for comprehensive support and improvement. Just a brief look as to the new budget overview for parents. This is going to be something we have to provide, and you can see it's very more detailed as to the dollars that we're allocating and where they're being allocated from. The whole point of this is to basically prove that we're doing what we say we're going to do in the terms of the LCAP. So we are funded through Proposition 98. That's the local control funding formula is just the mechanism to provide the Proposition 98 funds, but Proposition 98 is in statute, and that's how we receive our dollars for education. This shows the amount of funding over time for Proposition 98. Clearly, if we go back to 11, 12, those were very lean years, not only for the state of California, but for education. And then you can see the very rapid increase as the state's economy improved. Dollars were repaid to districts that were taken over the 08, 09 to 11, 12 school years. If you look at 11, 12 and go to 2016, 17, there's a very steep increase over that time. That equates to about an 8% average annual increase. But if you start in 17, 18 and go to 2019, 20, it's a very modest 3.4% increase. So the prior Governor Brown made a commitment to repay the dollars that were taken from education through the local control funding formula, and he was able to complete that upon his term limit. The local control funding formula, as I stated, is how the dollars come to us. It's how they're allocated. Prop 98 funds are allocated. On this one, I just want to point out the statutory COLA, we'll talk more about that in a minute, is 3.46. That's an increase from December when we gave you first interim projection. However, the last bullet of importance to us is transportation in that line. Transportation is an area that has not and will not see funding increases over time. We all know our costs go up for transportation services, but we do not receive any additional funding for transportation. Again, this is a graphical picture of the local control funding formula increases during implementation and the correlation to the COLA. I know a lot of times we talk about COLA thinking that is the amount of increase to our revenue side of the budget. And this shows the funding increases for districts that would be low unduplicated pupil percentage, medium, and high. Combined, we would be high. We would be the red chart on that. And if you look at 2015-16, that's the highest amount of funding we have. But look at the COLA. Excuse me, the COLA was 1.02% that year. Even if you go to 16-17 at 0% COLA, we had greater funding increases than we were projecting for 19-20 in a year that there is a 3.46% COLA increase. This represents, as I mentioned before, flat funding increases now that the local control funding formula is fully funded. All of the dollars have been repaid to us. And each district in 19-20, the low, the medium, and high district, now receive the same amount of funding increases year over year. And just looking at that in word format here, I just want to point out that the prior years was a combination of gap closure and percentage. That's why you saw higher graphs in years that had a low COLA. And then as all districts work to reach their targets, the UPP percentage no longer comes into effect as far as meeting our gap closure requirement. In a COLA-only environment, all districts receive the same percentage increase. Just briefly looking at the 3.46 COLA, what that means to our grade span adjustment. So we're starting with the base grant per grade level on the left. 3.46 COLA is added to that, and then we get an adjusted base grant for 19-20 per grade span. We do receive grade span adjustments for kindergarten through third grade of $803 for kindergarten through third. That is to keep our class sizes below 24-1. And then grades 9 through 12 gets a 2.6% increase, recognizing that there are higher costs associated with CTE programs and coursework. We also benefit from the supplemental grant and concentration grant funds, and so you can see the add-ons per grade span for anything above, for the concentration grant, anything above 55%. The elementary district, we're at about 88%, so we receive 50% of the adjusted base grant for anything above 55%. So that would be about 32% of our elementary population receives that much in concentration grant funds. Most importantly, what we were pleased with in hearing from the governor's proposal is a one-time adjustment that relieves the pressures of increase in pension costs, particularly CalSTRS. CalSTRS is in legislation. That's why you see this as part of the budget. You do not see CalPERS as part of the budget. CalPERS has its own board that sets its rates. However, we are very thankful that this governor recognizes that that has put a burden on school districts all across the state of California to bear the brunt of the cost increases to help STRS and PERS out of their current upside down liability coverage. And so this is wonderful news. It is only one time, but it does lower our percentage, as you can see for this year, or it's at 16.28%. It was projected to be 18.13%, going to a high of 19.1% until it dropped back down to 18.1%. With the governor's proposal, next year will be 17.1%, going up to 18.10%, and then down to 17.6%. However, in 2000, as you note at the bottom in the footnote, 21-22, CalSTRS board has the authority to increase or decrease, much like the PERS board, the employer contribution rate to fully fund the unfunded liability by 2046. So this is welcome news. However, there is still an increase to our, as you can see, it goes from 16.28 to 18.1%, and that is up from standard rates of 8.25%. That's where we were before this happened. So more than our cost only for STRS has more than doubled. You can see how CalPERS rates compare to that. Again, CalPERS rates are set by their board. It's not in legislation, and those rates continue to climb in the current 18.062% to 25.7% in 24-25. There's a lot of talk about special education funding. Again, we're pleased that this governor has taken on that concept of addressing the need for special education funding. As President Walker pointed out earlier in the audit report, the federal budget does not really do much to support funding even our title programs or our federal dollars for special needs of students. However, we're a little disappointed that in the governor's proposal, this plan is to fund supplemental services not currently included in an IEP for a student with disabilities. These funds would be allocated outside of the current AB 602 funding formula, and again, they would be for services, supplemental services that are not already included in the student's IEP that we are providing and paying for as a school district. Much like transportation, however, special education does get COLA added to it. That's really all they've received year over year, as the cost to provide services for students with disabilities has increased. We have been stuck with modest percentage increases to the funding level. Again, no funding proposed to increase or equalize AB 602 funding rates. That would be very important to us as many districts across the state, much like that would provide a similar relief of general fund dollars for STRS reduction in percentages, but that's not in the budget. There is one-time and ongoing funding proposed, again, as stated, for services not currently specified in the IEP. So while we're pleased that the governor has started talking about the need for additional funding for special education services, there's nothing in this budget proposal other than to fund services that are outside of the current IEP process. Again, we're very pleased that even though there's no new funding for career technical education, it does include dollars for ongoing funding of the CTE program in those two areas. Again, like special education, there was a lot of talk about the governor's desire to provide funding for early care and education. And again, he has done that in one-time investments. And as far as we're pleased that the funding comes from non-Proposition 98 dollars. That means any increased funding comes from areas outside of Proposition 98. It's not competing with dollars that are already allocated to our Proposition 98 entitlement. So any new dollars, the $2.4 billion for programs and services is outside of Proposition 98. We're very happy about that. We're also happy that there is a continuing proposal for full-day kindergarten facilities. There's an estimate of classrooms needed there. We were given a percentage, to my surprise. 22% of the districts, which we are one of, in the state of California does not provide full-day kindergarten, and you can see that there's dollars available for new classrooms and to retrofit existing classrooms. One of the caveats about this program is the dollars have to go to build new facilities. You're not allowed to purchase modular classrooms. Some would think that's a good thing. However, to build a facility takes time, and so for us to implement this for schools where we would need additional facilities would take longer than if we could just purchase and install modular classrooms. We are looking at this. We're doing an analysis for full-day kindergarten. We'll talk about that later on in the agenda. But we've identified the need for, I believe it's around 22 new classrooms if we were to do this across our sites for full-day kindergarten. On the right is full-day preschool. You've heard a lot about that. The governor is proposing, if you've read the coming out, what the governor's priorities are, and that is full-day preschool. Again, like special education, though, these are non-LEA slots. And so this is not dollars going to increase the slots that we have. These are slots that are going to non-LEA or non-district slots. Again, though, we're happy that it is outside of Proposition 98 and it's not competing with dollars otherwise we would have available to us. And then you can see the rates for the reimbursement rates for the state preschool program. They are getting the increase, the 3.46 COLA increase, and we would be the beneficiary of that. Unlike the prior administration, there is no one-time discretionary funding. If you look at Governor Brown back to 15-16 through 18-19, is it really one time when it happens every year? But that was a priority of Governor Brown. Governor Brown would, at this point in time, be conservative on his revenue projections. As the dollars were collected through the May revise, the governor then would reallocate those funds, any excess in one-time discretionary funds that really prohibited the state from, in a down year, which hasn't happened yet, being able to afford the ongoing Proposition 98 commitments that are there. But again, you can see Governor Newsom is not proposing any one-time funds for discretionary grant funding. We're happy also that the state budget includes dollars for facilities funding. Now that we have our own local dollars to provide facilities, we're very pleased with the middle circle in that the governor is proposing $1.2 million to hire 10 positions for the Office of Public School Construction. You're wondering probably why that's important, but that's the amount of time that it takes our applications to get processed and for us to be funded if we're going to have any projects that are funded with Proposition 98 funds. And again, on the right, you can see continuation of the Kindergarten Facilities Grant Program as well. And again, this just takes a look at where they're currently at. Proposition 51 on the right, you can see Governor Brown was not a fan of issuing state bonds, even though they were voter approved for facilities. $1.2 billion were authorized in 2017-18 and 18-19. Governor Newsom's budget proposes $1.5 billion, the same amount in 1 year, 2019-20. On this one, you can see by mid-year of 2019, there is a projection that all $7 billion allocated will be exhausted. We talked to our consultants last week. there's a perception that that could be by the end of February. So we are working furiously to get projects that we have already completed and we plan to possibly complete this summer in line to access some of those remaining Proposition 51 dollars before they're all used up. And you can see additional facilities legislation that is being proposed. Very pleased that Proposition 2 is not triggered for 1920. This is the cap on district reserves. And you can see on the bottom there's 4 conditions that need to be met. The third one is not met. And so for 1920, there are no restrictions. There's no cap on the reserves that school districts can maintain. And then you can see here the conditions that what would happen when the conditions are met. It imposes a cap on local reserves whenever a state deposit is at least 3%. I mean, that's of the K-12 portion of Proposition 98. That's what triggers it, and it triggers a 10% combined cap assigned and unassigned ending balance of general and special reserve funds. And so when that happens, we have a 10% cap on our district reserves. When you're talking about reserves, you have committed monies. You can see our amounts that can be used for any purpose, but has been designated for specific future uses by the local school board. There's assigned monies, amounts that can be used for any purpose, but has been designated for specific future uses by a district employee. An example is unspent funds set aside by the superintendent to replace computers next year. It could be any number of things that we assign in our ending fund balance. Currently, the biggest one we assign is our unspent supplemental and concentration grant funds. That's an assignment in our ending fund balance, but it does count still towards the reserve requirement if it was triggered. And then unassigned monies are amounts that could be used for any purpose and has not been designated for any specific future use. And it does include our reserve, 3% reserve for economic uncertainties. You'll see more of this as we move forward, and we talk more about our budget in detail through the budget development process. Multi-years projections are important. Again, you've seen this before, but not only are they required by AB 1200, but really it allows us to determine what's the impact of decisions today on future budgets. We use assumptions, and again, what happens is those assumptions change over time. So from first interim to second interim, first interim was December, second interim will be March. You can see that the changes, the positive changes based on the governor's proposal. The COLA has increased. The 3.46 is an increase of 0.89% from December. We're very happy about that. And 2020-21 has gone up by 0.19%. And then most importantly is the CalSTRS rate. From first interim to second interim, it's gone down by 1.03% for next year, and then 1% for the year after. And again, we are a district that's in declining enrollment, and so that anything like this is beneficial to us as we're declining enrollment and our revenues are decreasing. We talked about before a COLA-only environment and the impact that has on us. And COLA is kind of a unique calculation. I really can't explain it, but it's based on this implicit price deflator. This is a federal calculation. It's not a California calculation. So whatever this is based on how well the federal economy is doing. But there's also what's called the Consumer Price Index, and so which is the state of California. And you can see the statutory COLA for 18-19 and going forward through 22-23. It's a compounded effect of 15.76%. So that means if we were just flat enrollment, no growth, no decline, our revenue would go up by 15.76% through this period. But our cost for California, our cost of doing business in California, is projected to go up by 16.92%. So that's on the norm. Those costs are going to go up. Those are outside of any contractual requirements that we have. So what this says is that we are losing purchasing power in the state of California. Our revenue is not keeping up with the cost of increases that we have to, our budget has to bear. And this doesn't even account for the cost of increases for STRS and PERS increases. This is just the cost of goods and services that we have to purchase to do business. This is a chart you've seen before, and again, this talks about the point of where's our purchasing power. Is it better off today than it was even pre-recession? And you can see where the base growth is, the supplemental concentration growth, and these aren't for us. These are just average step and column increases per ADA, CalSTRS increase, CalPERS increase, and then a special ed contribution. We want, as in 1819, we like the bar on the left to be higher than the bar on the right, but you can see in 1920 how that could possibly change depending on the special ed contribution. As I mentioned before, special education revenue is not increasing at the same level that we received in the local control funding formula. However, our costs are increasing. One note here is the red shaded piece. Again, like I said, we're very happy that the increase is going down from 1819 and 1920. And then if you notice in 21-22, there is no further increases right now in legislation for STRS increases. So we're very happy about that. Next steps at the state level, there'll be budget committee hearings going on. There'll be a May revision. We all know that's at the time when the state has collected their income taxes and other tax receipts that come in, so they'll know how they're doing in comparison to their projections. For us here, there'll be a second interim report that we present to the board in March, as well as a special board meeting in March on March 18th to review the budget development process, the impacts of not only these proposals but local have on our budget.
Okay, I believe that means we're back to the board for questions. And I see Trustee Newman up first.
I'm not sure. Is it on? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Zierli, for your report. On page 12 of your presentation, you went over some percentages really fast and talking about okay, so 88% of our kids K through 6 are on make us eligible for concentration and supplemental dollars, right? Okay. Then you talked about when you drilled that down a little bit, and it's only 32% you were talking about. Can you go over those percentages again?
Yeah, the concentration grant, which is 50% of the base grant. That's the highest amount of dollars. That was for the students or the district with the highest amount of students that have been determined need. And so we have about, let's just say we have 88%. That's our unduplicated pupil percentage. So we would receive an additional 50% or $4,260 for any percentage above 55%. So that would be for roughly 33%, which is above 55%.
Okay, so you take the 88 minus that's where you're getting the, okay.
Yes. But we received the 20%, the one in that the K3 example, the $1,704. We would receive that for all 88% of our pupils. That's the difference between those two calculations.
And then overall in the district, we're about 70%.
Yeah, the high school is in the 60s. So I think it is in the 70s is combined.
Thank you.
I don't see any more, so I'll jump in. Oh, go, Trustee Marks.
I was still trying to calculate all that. So my mic works. On page 4, slide 4, which is the coherent system, the LCFF budget overview for the parents. So do we have a way that we're going to be able to inform the parents in this manner, or is there, how are we planning to do that? Maybe we're already doing something like this, but I sound like
We are
something
not.
new. I didn't think we were, but I just wanted to.
This is new. This is the first we've seen of this.
Okay.
And so I'm assuming it'll be part of our budget hearing.
Mhm.
We have the first one in June.
Mhm.
We have the preliminary one. I'm assuming it'll be part of that public hearing, as well as the adoption. And then this will be required for us to post somewhere on our website, is my understanding.
That's great, because I get a lot of questions from the public about how the money is spent and where it's spent. And so this actually will be required to actually show how that is so the parents could understand it. So I actually think it's just part of transparency as we look at our budget and how we're moving forward. So I know it's difficult to figure out how we're going to do that, but obviously I guess school services has an example of how to do that. But I'm glad we're going to discuss that further and determine the best way to do that for the public and our parents. So thank you.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes, I had a question regarding on page 23.
Is that slide 23?
Yeah, slide 23.
I'll get there. Go ahead.
So the $1.5 billion that's for the sale of Proposition 51 bonds for state facility programs, including new construction. Does that mean that would that be money that we can ask for reimbursement with our existing local bond if we're constructing new facilities? And does it necessarily have to be the facility that we build for kinder or preschool purpose, or shifting around our current school environment? Say we move in 6th graders into the new facility, so we have more space up front for kindergarten and preschool.
So the way this works is all of the authorization for new construction has been accounted for. So if we were doing some new construction, maybe a school or we're adding a wing or something, we could get in line, but it's all been accounted for. The remaining dollars are for modernization. That's what's remaining. And so what we're doing is we can do two things. Projects that we've completed in the past with general fund dollars, we can ask for a reimbursement of a portion of those, and we're doing that. For instance, last summer we did HVAC installs at some of our high school gymnasiums. Davis High School had a major renovation go on there, and so what we're doing is we're getting those projects in line to reimburse us for things we already spent, and then we're also planning for, okay, what do we have coming up this summer that we can get in line for. The problem is there's a process that has to happen. We have to have what is called our eligibility for each school site updated. Going into this past year or several years, none of our schools had been recently updated. So we can't get in line until we do that first. And the first thing we did was get our high schools. All of our high schools have now been, the ones that are eligible due to age, Enoch and Gregoria are not. So the other high schools have been, the eligibility has been updated. For any projects we've done, we can now submit in the past. And now we're moving forward. We're planning on doing HVAC additions at the junior high gymnasiums this summer. So we're going to update the eligibility of those junior high schools in order to, again, reimburse the bond program once those dollars would come back to us through this program.
Great. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're back to me. One question on page 14 that gets sort of deep in the weeds, but it lays out the reduced percentage. I guess the question I have is, last year, the year before, I don't know which one it was, they both did it, PERS and STRS, changed the discount rate, which then again changed what these formulas look like. How does that impact this? Because I've got one action that can be taken by the governor and the legislature, but I distinctly remember because they didn't get the yield back on their investments, they flipped it at what they call the discount rate, which again sent our cost up.
So that would be impact PERS, which would be slide 15. These rates have been adjusted for that, but it's my understanding that for STRS, those are in legislation, and those can only be changed by legislation, which the approval of this budget would do that. That's why it would drop them down until we, as the footnote states, until we get to 21, 22, and then the board has the authority to do similar adjustments like the PERS board authority did with the investment.
So my memory was PERS,
Yes.
when they adjusted the discount rate, which sent all these numbers higher.
Correct.
STRS didn't, because it has to be done legislatively. So in effect, I don't have to worry about this here, but I need to watch the other moving balls still.
Yes,
Because
we are watching the PERS rates because that is a moving target.
that can very well, because again, they made that move based on return on investment, which is what got us sort of into this, for lack of a better term, really bad box to begin with. Not enough money in the pot to pay what was outstanding and not returning enough on the investment. Got it. I think I had one more, which was just a note. When you talked on slide 28 about committed, and just to highlight to fellow board, I'll put two board reports together. The previous one on the audit, there was a discussion between myself, Trustee Newman, at that time about the money sitting in the pile for adoptions and textbooks, etc. And in part of that conversation in the audit was taking that from assigned to committed. And so, as a heads up to my fellow board members, I expect we'll see that in a month or two in a following board meeting. And what that is us committing assigned monies to that pile that we can only use that for, which again changes the perspective of what's available within the budget. And so it's a technical term. But what it does is it says we've had this money sitting here for a very, very long time for a very specific purpose that we all agree to. And we're going to commit it there so that it doesn't reflect that it's just sitting in the general fund with a marked account, if I'm describing that correctly. And I see Ms. Price nodding her head in the back because I learned that from her in the audit exit. So other than that, I have no other questions. We would go out to the public. Any questions or comments from the public? Have at it, sir.
Aaron Anguiano. My name is Aaron Anguiano. I have a question on page 20. You said that maybe in the future you're going to discuss early access and education, kindergarten and full day preschool. Is there any estimates, or are you going to compile some estimates of what the cost would be and what you estimate that we would get in extra revenue to cover the possibility of having full kindergarten and full preschool?
So the only additional revenue that we would be eligible for would be dollars to a matching grant to help us build facilities. So it would be, say we needed 20 new classrooms. We would be eligible for 50% of the funds to build those classrooms. We would have to use local funds, which in be the bond measure money or something else, at our match to build those classrooms. Other than that, there's no new dollars. There's no new revenue generated from kindergarten students being in half a day or a full day. They still generate the same dollars that you saw on the one slide for their grade span.
And how soon could this be done?
Well, as I mentioned, we're doing an analysis of all our school sites. Some school sites may have capacity, meaning they may have for instance, if they have an AM class and a PM class, they share the same room. That means they need an additional room for the PM class. Now they're both full day. That site may or may not have that classroom available. If they don't, we would have to put in a plan, to a short-term plan to how could we move something else, or how can we make a classroom available, or we're going to have a 2-year, 3-year window of which we're planning to build a new classroom to accommodate that. We have 22 elementary sites, so we're looking at each one individually and seeing which ones we could do possibly by next year, which could create some challenges, and then which would have to be phased in over a period of time.
Thank you. And the reason I bring this up is because many parents in the Latino community are working, and both parents are working, and they have a difficult time taking children to school, and who's going to babysit them? Oh, I'm going to get off work and I'm going to get them and take them somewhere else. And I think it would be a good idea if we can get going on this if possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you'll see, I think if I'm not mistaken, this will come up again later in this agenda as well as a focal point. And I think you're right in the sense that I think Mr. Zierle pointed out, and this comes back to, I guess, board comment, not questions, is that it may be phased because there may be, if I'm using your language correctly, there'll be sites that we could potentially go early on and sort of get it moving and have it phased in versus saying we have to get all 22 at once. So it will be we'll pick it up at a different point in this report, but it's on everybody's mind if that alleviates any concerns. Not seeing any other comments from board members? Thank you for the report and the time you guys spent getting briefed. That brings us to report on projected enrollment for the fall of 2019. Item B6, which I believe continues the Mr. Zierle show.
Yes. This is the second step in our budget development process. And once we hear what the governor is proposing for revenue, then we have to project our enrollment for next year that will determine of those dollars you saw available by grade span, how much can be attributed to the amount of students that we project to have for next year, as well as any staffing adjustments that are needed for any increase in students or for any decrease in students. And so as you can see, this presentation will provide an update on the 2019-20 projected enrollment, our total enrollment, general education for K-12, our K-6 enrollment, 7-8 enrollment, and our 9-12 enrollment for our comprehensive high schools. As noted in the bolded section, special education and alternative education students are not part of the projection, as current year numbers are used for planning purpose. So whatever we have today, that's what we use for planning for next year, and then we adjust those as the spring, as Mr. Herbst lets us know how many more students we have with disabilities that are coming to our school district for next year. So that's what we're going to talk about tonight. Again, like the other, I just want to recognize Senior Director Dwayne Wolterstorff in the Planning Department. He is responsible for our enrollment projections, him and his staff. This has been moved up. This is normally done in February. That's based on our budget calendar. But because of the issues surrounding enrollment that we're facing, in particular K-6 and declining enrollment, we felt it important to get this earlier in January if we could. Dwayne did that, and so I just want to appreciate the work that he's done. And he's here at the end to answer any questions as far as the projection that we may have. So the basis for enrollment projections, we use it, again, for projected LCFF revenue, school site budgets, staffing, and facility needs. So we can't plan for any of those areas until we get the enrollment projection done. They're based on a number of things: grade level cohort progression, how many of our students do we retain year over year as they go through the system, birth rates. These are declining. We'll talk when you'll see stats on that. They're not only declining for Stanislaus County, they're declining for the state of California, and they're also declining for the nation, as the most recent report stated. What are the impact of inter-district transfers? That's important, and you'll see a slide on that as well. Charter schools. We had some charter schools authorized within our boundary this past year. However, we're pleased to report that there was not any significant impact in charter school enrollment of Modesto City School students for Aspire and Connecting Waters. And then another thing we take in, this is mainly for the high school, if there are any new developments within the attendance boundaries. Currently for the elementary district, there's not any projections for new developments. Any new developments that come will be within the attendance boundaries for our high school district. So first thing we look at is our total enrollment. And we're projecting a decrease of 200 students this year. We currently have, that's 2,689 students projected. We currently have 27,889, a decrease of 200 students, and you can see where they fall in the grade levels. K-6, 237 students less is our projection for next year. We have a modest increase of 5 students at grades 7 and 8, and then 32 student increase in grades 9 through 12. Drilling down to our K-6 enrollment, we're projecting 10,895 students. That's down from 11,132 students. And then you can go back over the last 3 years and see how that 237 compares. 2016-17, 46 students. We were down from 15-16, 354 student decrease in 17-18, and 188 student decrease in 2018-19 last year. We use our transitional kindergarten, our current transitional kindergarten and kindergarten numbers are used for 19-20, and you'll see when we talk about birth rates, you'll see 5 years ago there wasn't a lot of change in birth rates, so we're expecting similar numbers for TK and K for 19-20. 7-8 enrollments, it's static pretty much, 5 student increase, and you can see though how that compares to the last 3 years. We've increased at this grade level, and now we're only increasing by 5 students. So that's a concern when you look at 80, 129, and 69 student increases over the past 3 years. High school enrollment, is this year an anomaly or not? We're still trying to determine that. Dwayne has done an outstanding job working with our feeder districts to try to determine what our incoming 9th grade class will be. And so we believe that last year could have been an anomaly bubble or a deflated bubble where we saw 147 less students come to us as 9th graders and compared to 136 more and 146 more in the prior 2 years. Modest increase of 32 students. However, that's much better than projecting an ongoing 150 student decrease for our high school. And that's mainly attributed to we currently have a larger 8th grade class in our feeder districts than we had last year. And so we're going to see those students arrive to us as 9th graders for next year. So again, we talk about live births. Going back to 2012, these are our live births in Stanislaus County or for Stanislaus County residents. 2012, 13, 14, you can see that it was pretty much the same year over year. I don't know what happened in 2016, but there was a significant spike. And then 2017, 2017 we saw a decrease from 7,859 to 7,438. That's a 5.4% decrease. In that same year, the state of California saw a 3% decline in live births. So this could be something we're faced with ongoing in the future. It's just the fact that there's not as many babies being born year over year that there have been. An area of concern of ours is what we've identified as a transfer deficit in inter-district transfers. You may hear these as IDTs, but they are inter-district transfer requests either into our district or out of our district. This year, 2018-19, we had a deficit of 905 students. That means when we factor in what came in, 832 students enrolled in Modesto City Schools, 1,737 students exited Modesto City Schools on an inter-district transfer. K-6 is 621 students, 7-8 is 143 students, and 9-12 is 141 students. So you can see as we talk about, and we'll talk about full-day kindergarten at K-6, I mean, maybe that's, and other programs are a reason for that. There are various reasons we're looking into as to why we currently have this deficit going out of Modesto City Schools to other districts. Again, as we noted here, we would love to know why are families choosing to leave Modesto City Schools. We believe, I mean, we are a great school district. We believe we have programs. We have great teachers. We have great staff. Why are families choosing to leave Modesto City Schools and go to a neighboring school district? Full-day kindergarten. All of our neighbors that surround us on our attendance boundaries offer full-day kindergarten. That could be a reason, as you heard. In the Latino community, there could be a desire to have full-day kindergarten. I'm guessing it possibly expands across all of our families if you think about a full-day option. So there's also, we're looking at transportation for schools. near the boundaries. We have Tuolumne Elementary School that is very close to the boundary between us and Ceres. Fairview, Shackelford is probably close to a boundary school. In some cases, it could be closer for a family to do an interdistrict transfer, maybe work related. They take their students to the neighboring district rather than transportation to one of our schools near the boundary. One we hear a lot possibly is Hanshaw, and the amount of time it takes to get from certain areas to Hanshaw, where they could cross the boundary into Ceres and be there much quicker. Downey's the same way. We've heard a lot of concern about time on a bus for students in South Modesto that have to go to Downey. Maybe there's some truth to that. That's something we need to look into. Again, new charter school options is something that we've talked about, but the data just doesn't suggest this year. It could happen in the future as those options continue to increase. And then junior high school perception issues in the community. What's the condition of our junior high schools? How are they perceived in the community? And again, would a family be more comfortable at a newer junior high school, possibly in Ceres or a neighboring district? Those are things we have to look at when we're talking about a loss of students on interdistrict transfers. So what can we do about it? Superintendent Noguchi and her leadership, I think, is very important here as she's putting together stakeholder committees. This is one that I think could be very important for South Modesto in particular. That the goal of this would be recommendation of program enhancements for 2020-21. So this would happen during the next year for implementation for 2020-21. An expansion of marketing department, again, to highlight outstanding programs we already have, teachers, staff already in existence in our district. Let's market those, let's highlight those, and try to retain the families that are leaving us to other districts. So with that, we'll entertain any questions you may have.
I want to add one more next steps that I know Tim and I talked about this, but I don't think it was formalized in adding to that. Something that I did learn in gathering input from the community and from schools, stakeholders over those 17 focus groups is a real need for customer service. So added to that list is going to be a full court press next year around marketing, one, but also around the need for customer service at multiple levels, district level, site level, district office level. So that also will be up there and in the district goals that you'll see coming up in March as well.
All right. I got a bunch of lights up here, but I did see Cindy go first. So I will go to Trustee Marks first.
Oh, my mic works. Thank you, though. Yes, thank you, though. I just had a question. I know in the past, great report, by the way. I appreciate all of this information. It helps us as we move forward and where we're going and how we're going to solve some of these enrollment issues that are unfolding before us. Do we have the ability? I know in the past we've done this, but I don't know if we still have the ability to put a chart together that says this is how many students we lost at each school site, and this is where they went. In the past, we did that. We had a chart that told us exactly how many students went to whatever school district, whatever neighboring thing. We found that we lost quite a significant number to Ceres, which it sounds like that's where we're losing a lot of them too. But and then asking ourselves, why are they going to Ceres and not here? And is it transportation or programs? And what do their demographics look like compared to ours, and how are students performing? So I don't know if that's why we didn't ask the question why. We just had a chart that showed us. So do we still have the ability to do that and see where they're going?
Yes, Mark Herbst did a great job of analyzing the data as to transfer requests and where they ended up. He may help me out on this or not, but I know we know where district they went to, but I'm not sure we have it, and we can get it though, which school they exited from.
Right.
Yes. I mean, but we know if they went to Ceres or Sylvan or Turlock or whatever. We do have that data.
Yeah, there's a chart that comes out of child welfare and attendance. I'd be happy to put that in a board communication. It basically breaks it down by, it doesn't say the site, but it says the number of kids and the number of students and what school they went to within another neighboring district. So yeah, I
Okay.
can provide that in a board communication.
Okay, great. Thank you.
One thing, and I just want to add to that, the board has approved a service agreement with what's called Forecast 5 Analytics.
Okay.
And that's going to take our information from our current student database. So whatever the address, we're going to be able to visualize in our attendance boundary. It'll plot every student that we have in our system, and then we'll be able to tell there'll be a certain color, I'm assuming, of a flag or whatever. If that student chooses to leave, then we'll know. We'll be able to visualize, okay, which school attendance boundary they're from. Is it really on the border? Is it really Downey students that are having to ride the bus to Downey from South Modesto? I mean, we'll be able to visualize that. But Mark has looked at the data, and we can get some information before that as well.
All right, thank you.
And I believe we're up to Chad, Trustee Brown next.
Yes, I know there's a difference between intra-district transfers and inter-district transfers. I know as a district we can deny requests if we don't have capacity at a school or for what other various reasons there might be. Do we have any ability as a district to deny any inter-district transfers?
You want to help me out with that? Do you know the answer?
Yes, we can deny them. We've had an agreement in the past to both Ceres and us have agreed to allow students to go back both ways. My understanding history-wise is Modesto used to get more, now Ceres gets more. But at the same time, if we look at just even within our schools, we can deny them. A lot of it's attendance or discipline are reasons for denying them. So each case is looked at separately. And do we have the space at a site? Did that answer your question?
The other piece that plays into that, and the games that can be played is legally a student, we would be required to release a student, let's say, over to Ceres if the parent can show that they work over in that attendance boundary. So there are some parameters from the state. What I've seen in the past in working in impacted school district is parents figure out a way to be able to get an employer to sign, yes, I work at Starbucks, and that goes in. And then once they're in the system, they're now legally allowed to stay in that system for that particular grade span. So the answer is a little bit of yes and a little bit of no.
Another question. It seems that some of our school sites that might be affected most by inter-district transfers would be those that are overpopulated. So has this been a positive as far as leveling out the number of students that would attend in a specific attendance area?
Well, I'm not certain that in our current pattern of declining enrollment that we have any school that's overpopulated. I'm not. I do know that we have a process because of our either our 24-to-1 or the 32-to-1. We have processes if we're getting at that or above that where we transfer those students to another school that has capacity. But I would submit that, especially if you look at the numbers in the enrollment projection for our boundary schools, there's not a capacity issue currently. There may have been in the past, but I don't believe there currently is one that is in existence.
Another piece that might play into that, Trustee Brown, and I think it'll be great to see the BC on Friday, is for parents, working parents, they want to have their children at the same school. So if you've got multiple kids in elementary, you don't want to have to go to 2 different elementaries or 3 different elementaries. The way that our structure is and our system is right now, we are splitting up families because we Right now, we don't do any sort of combination class, so it would be interesting to investigate how many of those parents have decided to go to a neighboring district because they can put their children all at the same school, as opposed to having to go to two different schools because of the barriers that we put, not barriers, it's the structure that we have in place. So that'll be something that we look at and we investigate as we dig deeper into this data.
Trustee Irvin, I believe you're up next.
Yes, great report. We have the data. Now, what we do with it is another thing, because we have to figure out a way to really ascertain the why in this situation with the attendance and we losing students. I suggest we go on a full bore student and parent reclamation project that literally, if you notice when Aspire was here for their charter, this whole room was filled with Vanguard parents and students here. And that's one thing Aspire has managed to do. I spent a year with them as their regional community engagement manager. And so with Homero there on site, I go up and down from Sacramento to here, and the community engagement people at the site, their job is to really engage with parents in the community, to really build that sense of community. And so when you have the feeling of people wanting your child, to come to their school, you begin to start to, say, hey, what do they got to over? They want me. They're coming to me. They're not taking the traditional approach to, well, the students live here, they're going to come to our school. They take a whole different approach to engagement, and they really, really engage students and parents and community members about what they have to offer and the benefits from going to one of their schools. And so I think, I know we go into the marketing and things like that, but we really have to get to the grassroots level, because if you go through charter schools throughout the state, when I went to the Charter School Association conference, those schools have those same type of positions and people, and that's what they do. They meet with parents in the community. They meet with them at their house. They sign them up in their house. They're taking it back to the old school days where teachers used to. I remember a teacher come to my house. It wasn't for a pleasantry, but still came to my house. and so they're trying to, sort of keeping this concept of, let's engage them at the community level. So I think we have to probably take that. I believe we have to take that same approach, and then we reclaim our students and parents, because I feel that we're the best educational institution here in the state of California, but if people don't know that or people don't feel that, they don't keep moving. They're going to test the water somewhere, and that's what they're doing. They're testing the waters there, and so we have to get in that same frame of mind. So it's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Newman, I believe, is next.
Thank you, Mr. Zierli, for your report. Just a couple questions. Just to elaborate on the slide that said junior high school perceptions issue is an issue in the community. What exactly what type of exit comments did we get?
I'm relatively new to the community, but I think what I've heard and been relayed to me are particularly issues surrounding Henshaw. Maybe and Henshaw is one of our newer junior high schools. It's a beautiful school.
Yes.
At least the school goes. And so, as in the case of many of our rural schools, there's no sidewalks. And so walking past to schools are not easily acceptable, especially in the rain, when it rains substantially. And I think, though, just perception issues as far as the parents of the school, and maybe activity of behavioral activity at the school, but those are, I don't know that we have any empirical data that suggests that. Those are just things we hear as to, when you look at Hanshaw's number, why are they declining year over year? Now it does, I believe it does include Tuolumne Elementary School, and if you think about it, if a student has, a junior high student has to take the bus route from that area to Hanshaw, it's probably easier to get to a Ceres junior high school in many cases. There could be any number of things that we're dealing with.
So are we losing any of our junior high students to Sylvan Elementary, or mostly it's to Ceres?
Ceres is overwhelmingly, as you'll see when you get the data, Ceres is overwhelmingly the leader in how many of our students end up there. So yes, I would say that Ceres is a bigger issue than Sylvan.
And then another question, the interdistrict request, now they're due for this next year, the beginning of February, right? Okay.
Correct.
So we don't have those in yet from parents that might be wanting to move their kids out of our district yet. So we don't know what's going to happen next year yet?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure we put that out there, that that's a bit of an unknown. We're at January 22nd. What's the flow like at this point?
I do not see them. They won't come toward the special education office till well after Ed gets them. But that would be something that we could easily check in with Ed Miller about in terms of the overall numbers of what he's receiving. But I do want to point out what Dr. Noguchi said. A child that's already in a Ceres Unified School District won't have to reapply for that interdistrict until they hit another grade span. So,
right.
Yeah, but even then, though, we could be able to track in comparison how many IDTs we have coming out in comparison to what we had this previous year.
And based on my understanding of that when they hit another grade span, some of those legal restrictions on that, if a parent is working in the vicinity, then that student can go to that school there, would not apply once the student gets over a certain age. Is that in high school? I think it only goes.
I'm not
up
aware
to...
of that restriction at all. No, actually, I'm building off of knowledge I had when I was senior director in Elk Grove, and that was secondary. So if they could show, because it was very impacted there, and they wanted certain schools, so the games that they were playing there to ensure that they got to the schools that they want, that was based on
where the parents worked.
In fact, they were even trying to work part-time paras just to be able to get to the school to be able to get in there.
All right, so there's some data yet to be gleaned for next year on that. And then what about the idea, okay, so the reality of our Hanshaw students busing over to Downey is that's a long day for them. I mean, that extends their school day. The buses are very crowded. It is, that has been a consistent problem since I've been on the board. And I think I think there's great opportunities for those students at Downey. It provides an interesting student experience for the students there. And we may need to be looking in order to recapture those students who are losing, those high school students, at high school boundaries, just readjusting some things in that. So, that's always an interesting discussion. On high school boundaries, but that would mean a readjustment. If we did anything on that, we'd have to look at all of them. Fun stuff, yeah.
And I apologize. One thing I didn't put on next steps is a boundary study.
Yeah.
Just the connotation of a boundary study, I mean, depending on who receives it, could be negative. But yes, we have talked about a boundary study to see, what are those issues.
And we have, the last time we did a boundary adjustment, I think it was just Cindy and I that were on the board. And one of the key issues was who was paying a special tax. And the first homes in the special tax district of the CFA district will be exiting in 2023. Dwayne, am I right? No. Yeah, because I think they're coming out not the distant future. So So that's kind of, that was a constraint when we looked at some boundaries.
Yeah, I believe that some of them probably 2021 will be the first year that they're starting to come out. So, and that would be in CFD 1994.
Okay.
That'd be Village 1 area.
So that would it might be time to look at that, because that was a constraint, and that we wanted to honor those property owners that were paying into a special tax at that point in time to a particular school. So there may be some more flexibilities as we look at things. All right, that's all.
And just real quick, going back to your original statement or comment, I mean, Sylvan is one of the rare districts where it's an interdistrict transfer surplus to us.
Right.
So we actually receive more students from Sylvan than exit us and go to Sylvan. So just wanted to.
Right, particularly in the IB program and such. Right.
Possibly, yes. Well, those would be our students anyway. Yeah.
No, they would be oh yeah, you're right. They would be all our high school students. Okay.
So I want to go to Trustee Benz first because her light was on. Then I'll come back to you for a second time.
I was interested in what Trustee Brown was mentioning, the classroom sizes, because I know in high school a lot of our classrooms were not meeting the maximum requirement, the max capacity, but we're still bursting at the seams, it seems. So I was just wondering, I don't know if this is off base, but what is the classroom setting like in the kindergarten classes and the elementary school classes? Like how large are those classes? And I know when I was in elementary school, we had a teacher and an aide. Is there a teacher and an aide for all those lower levels, and about how many students are in there?
So just for numbers purposes, a minimum for a classroom setting is 960 square feet. So that's a minimum requirement. Many of our elementary schools were built in an era, in an age prior to that. So many of them are much smaller, bigger. I mean, in the probably 1,000 to 1,200 square foot range. But 960 square foot, that's what we have to maintain to have a classroom in. And so, and that could be for K3, that would be no more than 24 students. For 4-6, that would be no more than 32 students. And so we're within those requirements. Yeah, I don't believe there's any instructional paras in those programs.
Okay, so Trustee Marks for round two.
Well, I just had to ask Mark, Mr. Herbst, if he would be willing to give us a report when you give that information about the 800 and whatever number of students who have transferred into our district. So it would be interesting to see where they're coming from and where they're being located and which schools they're going to.
Yeah, if memory serves, I think what you're going to get is exactly that. You'll be able to see just like Tim had said, the difference between the number of kids that we get. We actually get a surplus from Sylvan Union. You'll be able to see that, I believe, from the document that I'm going to share with you. So yeah,
okay.
I'll make sure to make a point of it. You bet.
So that'd be great. And because sometimes those are programs or services that we're offering that we should expand. So thank you.
So Trustee Lopez.
You want to go out into the public and then come back?
I can.
Mine's more like a finishing statement.
Good enough. So down up here, do I have questions after all that? I'll stick with Trustee Lopez and go with a comment at the end. To the public, anybody in the public have a comment on the tenants boundary report? Sir? You have that look again. You're involved tonight.
Well, I used to live in Sao Modesto. So my sister went to Sears because it was closer, and there was a bus available, or we live really close from Sao Modesto to Sears High. And then the other thing we noticed that, the appearance of this, well, sometimes it's a customer service too. You have the secretaries that act dumb, to say it, or mistreat you or ignore you, that upsets you and makes you want to leave. Even at Marton, my children are attending Marton right now. You call and they don't speak Spanish, and you know they do. Well, because you don't pay them extra, they say they don't speak Spanish. It's just little things. And I'm telling you that if people from these charter schools come to my house and tell me, this is what your son is going to learn, we're going to show you this, hey, you looking at the Hispanic community that you can convince them, and they will. Because when they go to their home and show the personal touch, and we're used to social workers coming to our homes and tell us how they're going to help us, and they will take your students, and that's going up. That's an increase in it, and that's a concern I had earlier months ago, thinking, hey, we're giving licenses to these schools, and what's going to happen to our district? Is it going to affect us, or how are we going to adjust? But thank you. A good report and good ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bring it back to the board. I think I would echo your statement, and it's a conversation myself and the superintendent have had numerous times about customer service, and I do agree. And I think that there is an issue there. And I think as a board member, the times I've had parents comment to me and come to me to have me come back to the district to try to solve something for them is inevitably about customer service. It's about the fact that they couldn't get an answer somewhere, or felt they were not getting an answer, or felt like there should have been a different answer, and they tired of banging their heads against the wall, or the sort of the disrespect level. I think it's huge. I think that no matter what you're doing, if we view what we do as a business, which at some level we have to, then our customers are our families, and our customers are the students, and that we've got to be much more courteous and respectful about how we go about that business, whether we don't like what they're telling us or not. You know, the school secretary may not necessarily appreciate what I'm asking at that moment, but if I took the time out of my day to drive to a site and get out of the car and take time off my job to ask a question, then we should be taking 2 steps farther to answer it and get back to parents, because I think it's huge. I think the full day kindergarten is a piece, but I think customer service, and this goes to Trustee Irvin's point earlier and your point about outreach. If you're in any business and you're not treating, or your customer does not feel that you're being appreciated, they're going to look for another service. I think that the Downey issue is real. I've heard that before. I think the first time I heard it, I was with Trustee Brown doing Codex and was asking about those students. At that time, Enox was not really running the program they're running now with Mr. Johnson with robotics and computers. And my first question was, well, what would it take to get these Hanshaw students to Bayer? And that's when I learned that they weren't going to Mohai, they were going to Downey, and that transportation run was hard enough, and that it was almost impossible for me to even think about saying, how do I get this young person that wants to do robotics and computers and science? I can't get them to Bayer. And so I think that's real. And I remember when you were running for office, Adolfo, talking with all the folks out there, there was many different times I got comments from parents on Southside via somebody out campaigning, why can't we get to Mohai? Why are we being bused all the way to Downey? I think if it's all the way to that level, then that's something to be taken into consideration, because if it perks all the way up from a door knock to the guy sitting there that isn't even running for office anymore, just in a casual comment, then that's real. What else did we cover? 2 lights. Trustee West. Okay, we need. Here's my next agenda request. I need new labels, please.
I don't think mine changed. I just want to echo the Downey thing. My son went to Downey. I lived on the south side for many years. He went to Hanshaw, and he hated that bus ride from from the south side to Downey. One, it was a magnet for trouble because they spent so much time on the bus, the trouble. And but I tried to get him to go to Mohai. He didn't want to go to Mohai because all his friends was going to Downey. So yeah, the Downey, the Hanshaw to Downey thing can be a thorn in the side for students. He couldn't wait to turn 16, so get him a vehicle so he could drive to school. So, and that was his desire. Turn 16 so he could drive to school.
Right.
Trustee Lopez.
And I'll add to that a lot. One of the other thing that I heard is a lot about the Tuolumne kids that have to be bused to Hanshaw. Then they have to be bused to Johansson, which is also quite of a drive if you didn't know. But yeah, a lot of people, their dream was to have something relatively close rather than Downey, right? But the second option was also like improve and facilitate the work that they did in the busing and transporting, because if you're already stuck in it, at least make it enjoyable with people. There was overcrowdedness, of course, so that's a lot of what I heard. And but I'm really excited that we're addressing these in the next steps. And I know that in speaking with a lot of folks in South Modesto, yes, it was very easy for them to go out down the road to Ceres, and I came across a lot of people that weren't in our district anymore, right? So it's just reassuring that we do have the best quality of instructions, that we're aiming towards that. And now with full day kinder, I think that we can be a real success. Which I love the expansion of the marketing department, and I echo that we need community engagement, that we need folks that are on the ground, grassroots. That's the element I come from, and I know that that's not only rewarding for the community members, but for the folks that are on the ground, actually being those agent of change, and that we need those customer service. And finally, put skin in the game. I want to see that stakeholder committee for South Modesto, and I want to be on board. So this is me saying that I want to be on that committee, and as soon as we can get it, make it happen, the better.
All right, this was a report. Thank you, sir. And I think the highlight here when you walk away, because we were on time, I was watching our time schedule. We were on time before we started this, is that our board is engaged. And I think that's a key piece that you didn't see, or I certainly didn't feel 2 years ago on certain issues. Everybody up here is engaged, on target, looking for solutions, and listening to each other. That's highly motivating in its own right. And if nobody objects, I'd like to do a 10-minute recess break before we jump into the next great big deep pool of water. Okay, so all right, break time's over, right? We're back. We'll slap the gavel. Okay, so we're on the back stretch here. B7, report on the fall 2018 California School Dashboard, which I believe goes to Marla and Ryan, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Tonight, Educational Services will provide a report on the fall 2018 California School Dashboard. The detailed report includes an overview of the updates to the California Data Dashboard and our Modesto City Schools outcomes. Tonight, Director of Assessment and Evaluation Ryan Reynolds will present with Educational Service Senior Directors Danielle Hinkle and Heather Contreras sharing next steps.
Well, good evening, President Walker, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Noguchi. Good evening. My name is Ryan Reynolds, as she mentioned. I do oversee assessment evaluation. You should remember me from last time. It's a fun October meeting for you. But tonight, I will share with you some important changes to the California School Accountability Dashboard, which was released publicly in December. I'll also update you on how each of our districts performed on the 6 state indicators. Senior Directors Heather Contreras, K6, and Danielle Hinkle, 712, are here with me to share our next steps and answer questions after that. So the dashboard measures progress toward the local control funding formula state priorities. To measure this progress, they use these 6 state indicators. It's actually 7 if you consider the fact that English and math both receive their own color, and here it shows academic being lumped together. Our progress toward local indicators is also measured and reported. Local indicators are self-reported by school districts based on their LCAP plans, surveys, and other data. Our local indicators were already presented at the October board meeting, so I won't go into any detail about them tonight other than to say that we met all local indicators as it shows on the dashboard. The dashboard rates each indicator with 5 performance levels, each represented by a colored dial. You'll note that these dials look different than the previous pie shapes, those were my favorite, but that we were familiar with on the prior year dashboard. They're similar to a gas gauge now that ranges from empty to full, red being the lowest and blue being the highest. The performance level colors are determined using 2 factors. The overall performance or rate, you'll see them refer to this as status, and the increase or decrease over the prior year, and that's the change. Can we go back one slide? So if you look here on the right side, there's a box that's got like a blue highlight. That's not actually on the dashboard. I put that there to highlight. The 10.3% at the top would be the status or performance, and then the second where it says declined, that would be the change. So you'll notice that all throughout the dashboard. All right. So this 5x5 grid gives us a better picture of how a school's status and change result in a color. A high performance rate combined with an increase over the prior year would align and result in a green performance color. I'll point out on these 5x5 grids as well that they have different grids for each indicator and different cut points. So you can't assume that it's the same percentage from indicator to indicator. So the next question is, who receives a color? The answer in any district, school, or student group the answer is any district, school, or student group that has at least 30 students will receive a color. Because a performance color considers the change between current and prior year, that means we need 2 years of data for that group to get a color. The only exceptions are the homeless and foster groups who are reported if their populations at the school or district level have at least 15 students. The California School Dashboard also has a new design this year. As you can see here, the homepage located at www.cashooldashboard.org looks similar. The color scheme has changed, but the search box that allows you to look up the schools or districts is still there. And at the top of the page is a new button that allows you to quickly view statewide data as well for comparison. After entering a district or school name, you are quickly faced with a landing page that displays all of the associated performance colors, indicators, and colors at a glance. The information is displayed on what appears to be cards. School districts also display the local indicators. The redesign of the dashboard allows the viewer to simply scroll down for more information, which wasn't the case before. There were many, many clicks to get to where you were trying to go. There are 80% fewer clickable pages, which means less required navigation between pages in order to drill down to those specifics. And as you scroll down, you'll first see demographic information cards about the same district or school. You can also click for more specific information. When you click Learn More on those cards, it'll provide brief descriptions of each demographic. The View More Information button at the bottom of those boxes also generates a pop-up with student group and ethnicity enrollment percentages. As you continue to scroll down, you will see in the theme here, scroll down, same page. On the same page, you will find performance card for each school, for each state indicator. They include the overall performance color, the rate or status, the change in status from last year to this year, and a breakdown of how many student groups received each performance color. So if you look at this card down at the bottom, it shows on this example 4 red, 2 orange, 3. So at a glance, it gives you how many in each color. In this instance, if you click the View More Details button, you can further explore the student group's performance. Here you can see the View More Detail page. If you would have clicked that button, this is what you would see. It begins by repeating the overall performance color, and then it expands. On the left side, there's a helpful side navigation bar that lets you jump back and forth between those other state indicators. On that same page, you can see which student groups received each performance color. So here it's broken down each color, and it tells you which groups fell under each color. And then at the bottom of that page, you can filter by each performance color. So you can say, for instance, show me all the groups that received a red color, and it filters down for you. Another change this year to the dashboard is the inclusion of the alternative schools in the accountability dashboard. These schools are referred to as Dashboard Alternative School Status, or DAS. All DAS schools and county offices of education received a dashboard report for the first time in 2018. Data from the DAS schools was also included in their respective district dashboard reports, so their data rolled up to the district level and district colors for the first time. DAS schools are held accountable for all state indicators currently reported in the dashboard. However, modified methods were used to fairly evaluate the success and progress of alternative schools that serve high-risk students. For the 2018 dashboard, these modified methods that they used were for the graduation rate indicator and the college career indicator. In the future, they'll be considering those for the remaining indicators on the dashboard. So now let's take a look at each indicator. The first indicator is the academic indicator. Each district and school received a performance color for both English and math this year. It's important to understand how the status for English and math are calculated. The dashboard reports a number called the distance from standard. Last year it was called the distance from level 3. They found that confusing, so now they refer to it as standard or meeting standards. Essentially, it represents how far the average student is from meeting standards. Here's how it works. Each student receives a numerical scaled score for each test. When you take the test, you get a numerical score, somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000, okay? We know that there are 4 achievement levels: standards not met, nearly met, standards met, and exceed standards. The dashboard then calculates how far that student's score is from the lowest possible score that earns standards met. What's the lowest score I need to get a standards met? How far away is that kiddo? A negative number means that they were below standard, and a positive number means that they were above standard. The larger the number, the farther away from that point. Every student receives a distance from standard number, and all of these numbers are averaged for the school-wide, district-wide, or student group-wide distance from standard. Again, negative means the average student is below standard, and a positive number tells you how far the average student is above the minimum met standard score. So in this example, a student scored 2,502, which was 29 points below the minimum score you need to meet standards. He earned a negative 29 distance from standard. So looking at our English performance colors for each school district, K-8 and 9-12, the elementary district received a yellow indicator. They were orange the year prior, and the high school district received an orange indicator. The high school district did not receive a color last year, as the dashboard only gave academic indicators to grades 3 through 8 in 2017. 14 of the 26 K-8 schools received a yellow performance indicator or higher, while half of the high schools received yellow or higher in English. For mathematics, the K-8 district received a yellow performance color, which was an improvement over the orange they received the year prior. The high school district received an orange performance color and, as stated before, did not receive a color last year. Looking at the schools, 12 of the 26 K-8 schools were yellow or higher, and 1 of the 8 high schools received a yellow performance color or higher. Another change this year is the adoption of the participation rate penalty. Districts, schools, and student groups who had participation rates less than 95% on the ELA, or English, and Math SBAC assessments were penalized. To do this, the CDE calculates the difference between your participation rate and the 95% requirement. They took 1/4 of that difference and subtracted it from your distance from standard. So for example, let's say only 79% of English learners from Misty Meadows Elementary School took the English SBAC. You like that one? All right. That's a 16% difference from the 95% required. We would subtract 4 points, or 1/4 of that 16% difference, from the EL student group distance from standard. Our district in general had very good participation rates, but we did have a number of student groups at specific schools that fell below the 95%. On average, they lost approximately 1 point from their status. The high school district had 2 student groups who lost approximately 1 point. The inclusion of student group participation rate penalties was a new addition this year. We knew that they looked at that at the school level or at district level, but to hear that it was applied to the student group level was new. And specifically, those groups at the high school level that fell below were students with disability and the homeless groups. And the elementary level didn't have any groups fall below that participation requirement. Suspension rate, as defined by the dashboard, measures the percent of all students who were suspended at least once. It doesn't matter if they were suspended once or 3 times. If they were suspended, they count. Both districts received orange performance colors this year for suspension rate. This was a decrease from yellow for both districts when looking at last year's dashboard. In the elementary district, 18 of 26 schools were yellow or higher, while in the high schools, 3 of 8 were yellow or higher here. In order to align with the U.S. Department of Education ESSA requirements, the CDE employed a new formula this year for calculating the 4-year cohort graduation rate. They also applied this formula to previous years by recalculating those scores. This gives us an apples-to-apples year-over-year comparison. Essentially, a student who earns a traditional high school diploma will still be counted as a graduate. However, students who earn a GED, adult education diploma, or certificate of completion will not be counted as a graduate at a regular school site. This number of diploma graduates is divided by all students who first enrolled in grade 9 4 years ago. And that's how they calculate that. With that said, our graduation rate decreased this year, causing the high school district to receive an orange performance color. Should be noted that for the first time, the performance of students who attend alternative schools are now factored into this dashboard indicator. Closely related to the graduation indicator is the College Career Readiness Indicator, or CCI you'll hear it referred to sometimes. The CCI indicator calculates what percent of four-year cohort seniors are college or career ready. A student can be ready in numerous ways, and any of them count. Some methods count in isolation and others in combination. In short, looking at this, here's a kind of a very broad overview, and there's also a handout in your packet that goes into more detail. But students who pass IB exams or pass their SBAC assessments, pass AP exams, take and pass college credit courses, complete career tech ed pathways, graduate A to G ready, earn a state seal of biliteracy, or complete a leadership military science program. These students are counted as college or career ready. You'll notice that in your board report, as I mentioned, there is an attachment that goes into detail where, what does that mean? How many AP tests or IB exams do you have to pass in order for that to count? So it gives you a little more detail. Our high school district received a yellow CCI indicator with approximately 40% of our students meeting college and career readiness criteria. This is less than a 1% decrease over the year prior. The CCI indicator was new this year, so there was no color provided last year. The state similarly received a yellow CCI indicator with 42.2% of students statewide meeting criteria. All right, for chronic absenteeism, for this, we're going to look at the students who are chronically absent. Chronic absenteeism is defined as a student who misses more than 10% of their enrolled school days. This indicator only applies to the K-8 district this year, as high school districts do not receive a color for this indicator on the dashboard. With approximately 1/10 of our elementary students chronically absent last year, which was an improvement over the year prior, we received a yellow performance color. The state also received a yellow for this indicator as they came in at 9% chronically absent. The English Learner Progress Indicator did not report a color this year, as last year was a transition year for the test that we use. We transitioned from the CELT test to the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, or the LPAC test. Because we require 2 comparable years of data to receive a performance color, the dashboard just reported general achievement data from the sample of students who took the LPAC. As you can see, more than half of the English learners who completed the LPAC scored moderately or well developed. Joining me this evening is Heather Contreras and Danielle Hinkle, Senior Directors of Educational Services, who will share about next steps in grades K through 6 and 7 through 12 respectively.
Swap out a binder here. Well, good evening, everybody. I'm Danielle Hinkle, Senior Director, Ed Services for 712, and as Ryan mentioned, Dr. Contreras and I are going to be sharing the work of educational services as it pertains to each of the indicators discussed on the California dashboard. Under Dr. Noguchi's leadership this year, both district and site administrators have focused their attention to newly developed data reports that have helped to forecast how we're doing and where we're going during the school year, as opposed to the dreaded wait till the end of the school year and, oh well, better luck next time. So we're excited about those new reports, and they are helping us to analyze our actions and strategies to determine if they're having an impact as the school year progresses. In the area of the academic indicator, Director Reynolds' presentation noted there was a modest growth for both ELA and math at the K-8 levels. And while we certainly celebrate the growth, we recognize that there's much work to be done at all grade levels to ensure students are achieving at high levels and are prepared to be successful throughout their post-secondary education and careers. As presented to the board in October, great first-time instruction remains at the forefront to support learning in the classroom. Professional development will remain focused on planning from the California standards for ELA, ELD, and math with the effective use of research-based instructional strategies. In the area of graduation rate or graduation, we know that detection of early warning indicators such as failing grades and poor attendance is key. We're working with site administrators and counselors to utilize data to fully engage in the process of early identification of students who are off track. As we identify students off track, we're working to connect them with the appropriate targeted interventions and supports. Site counselors work with students and families to ensure they're aware of the requirements for graduation, and our counselors are also assisting with four-year planning to ensure students are taking the appropriate classes each year. Students who need to make up classes, there are a variety of opportunities for them to do so with 0 and 8th period, extended summer school, and traditional summer school options. We've also been exploring other options for students to make up failed classes or missed classes. What I love about Dr. Noguchi, she's an outside-the-box thinker, and she's certainly stretching us to look at those other options to figure out how we can assist kids in making up credits and being successful. So those are things that we are actively engaged in. For students who struggle to find success at our comprehensive school sites, we're also working to determine if resources and specific areas of support need to increase or be restructured and improved to meet student needs in achieving graduation. As Director Reynolds mentioned, the Dashboard Alternative School Status DAS method for determining Elliott's graduation rate provides additional alternative methods for students to meet the one-year graduation rate. These include a high school equivalency certificate, such as a GED, adult education diploma, the California High School Proficiency Exam, and in some circumstances, a special education certificate of completion. Our work at Elliott really includes increasing communication and access to these aforementioned alternatives so that we're ensuring that students have access to those opportunities to meet the one-year graduation rate. As noted, the College and Career Indicator contains various elements that help demonstrate the preparedness of students for success after high school. Again, we're reviewing our current high school program offerings to make sure that they are aligned with the many College and Career Readiness Indicator criteria. This includes working with our site and district administration to review our CTE pathways and definitions. We want to make sure that they're aligned properly so that students would be coded as completing a pathway. And additionally, we're continuing to explore increased opportunities for students to complete courses earning college credit. Educating and counseling students and their parents on CSU and UC A through G requirements will also support post-secondary plans for college and career.
In the area of chronic absenteeism and suspension, new reports mentioned earlier by Mrs. Hinkle include reports for attendance and suspension. Site attendance and chronic absenteeism data is continually monitored by sites with the goal of identifying individual students with poor attendance. Just like Trustee Irvin mentioned earlier this evening, getting a knock on the door, that practice is still alive and well. Our district attendance liaisons help to provide supports and services to students with poor attendance, and home visits from the liaisons often result in students who would not have gone to school that day actually attending school on that day. Through the LCAP, homeless and foster youth positions were added to support the populations by fostering positive and supportive relationships to help resolve mitigating factors that lead to poor attendance and poor academic success. Families are provided with supports, tools, resources, such as connecting them with the community organizations and services. Refinements are still needed to support the homeless students as they have the highest level of chronic absenteeism. Our site principals have developed plans annually to support attendance with their single plan for student achievement and positive behavior intervention and support plans. These plans include actions and programs such as the walking school bus, the Friday Peace Path with the California Highway Patrol, student incentives for improved attendance, and Saturday school attendance makeup. PBIS, restorative practices, and 7th through 12th grade intervention centers are the cornerstones for teaching students the skills and the strategies for maintaining positive behavior while at school. A future board report on suspension will be provided outlining our next steps in this area. For English learner progress, proficiency in the English language is the foundation for students to be successful in school. The English learner group is where data often indicates the largest achievement gaps. We know that with appropriate scaffolds and supports that our English learners can achieve at grade level standards. Professional development to support English learners through core content instruction is a priority. Recently adopted ELA curriculum includes embedded resources to support English learners in meeting grade level literacy standards. Some of these resources also include scaffolded opportunities to produce, interpret, and collaborate with peers using language. The district provides English language development at all grade levels to assist with becoming proficient in English. During English language development, ELs work to improve their working knowledge of the English language, such as grammatical structures and vocabulary. Academic language development classes in the secondary course specifically designed for English learners at higher levels of English language acquisition who are not yet reclassified as fluent English proficient. The district also provides ELs with scaffolded instruction to access grade level standards in all content areas. Professional development and English language development will continue to be a central focus in supporting our English learners. In conclusion, the goal of the California Dashboard is to help schools to identify strengths and weaknesses in many different areas that measure success. With increased access to valuable school and district data, the dashboard serves to exist and assist communities with setting their priorities and ultimately improving our schools. The California Dashboard communication is continuing at both the district and school level with staff, parents, students, and community stakeholders. And we are now available for any questions.
All righty. Thank you, everybody, for the report and the additional hour and a half that Ryan spent with me. A week and a half or two before this report was helpful because we spent a good part of 90 minutes hashing out different data in his office, and it was appreciated. Before I hand this off to the rest of the board, I did tell the superintendent I was going to go after one issue. The 2-year suspension rate is not fair to the district and all the people who have worked so hard over the years I've been here. It shows us orange, red. It's not accurate in my mind. I've watched and pulled every single one of these numbers 2 years ago. Hispanic students went from 12% to 3.6% in 2018. African Americans at the elementary district, 22.6% to 5%. All students, 12.1 to 3.6. That's the elementary district. High school district, Hispanics, 19.1% suspended, down to 6%. African Americans, 31.8% suspension rate in 2011 to 17.4 this year on a bump. Prior to that, it was 12. All students, 17.1 at the high school district to 5.7%. How anybody presents a report, not your fault, this is Sacramento, and takes that achievement, which was a monster lift in this district, and every single person who was up here 3 years ago has been hollered at, called names, belittled. Our superintendent sat there, was demeaned. We've dealt with this 10 ways from Sunday because they were using old data when all the incoming lagging data that this lags a year and a half. At a minimum, these scores are 6 months old, and we're 60 days from testing now. Doesn't do justice to all the work that our previous superintendent, Ginger Johnson, put in, all the senior directors, all the staff, the PBIS, Mr. Herbst. Yes, I'm on a soapbox. I don't like that number. I don't think it fairly tells the story of all the time and effort that people put in this district to address an issue that is very difficult to work with. I will save the rest of my comments after the rest of the board comments, but I wanted to get out there very fast and in front that a 2-year snapshot on that number does not do justice to the amount of time, effort, work, money, and resources we poured into that program. To my board members, who's up first? Trustee Marks or Newman. Left and seeing right.
For this thorough report. I just have a couple questions. The homeless number. I in my recollection, we hadn't pulled out our homeless students before and really looked at their academic achievement. Did I miss something before, or is this the first time we've seen it really isolated?
That's correct.
Okay, good.
Trustee Newman, we have not looked at it into this level. It was an eye-opener when we received that homeless did not do well.
No, it's not surprising, and it's a number we need to be aware of and address. I know that the number of our homeless students is difficult to quantify. I guess they're going to be going through this Stanislaus County homeless count, isn't it, this week? I think it's Thursday. So, and there have been issues with that. I know that's very difficult. It's very difficult to get those numbers. But do we have an approximate number of the amount of students that are homeless in our district?
We do have a number. The way we were monitoring that, their sites had a little bit more access to put in a student for homeless. We found that they weren't doing it correctly, so that has now been pulled back for the district. So our numbers should be better in the future, but that still has affected us with our numbers. But we will need to monitor them probably more like our foster youth is monitored.
Okay.
In the future.
Because there's homeless insecure, there's home insecure, that they may be in temporary housing, and they may, there's different categories.
Very many different, and how you become homeless is very intense.
All right. Well, I look forward to us nailing down that, and I'm not happy that the numbers are where they are, but I'm glad that we are. The part of the process of this is looking at the numbers, and really, it's about transparency. So I'm glad that we're looking at them with an honest lens. And then with our English learners, thank you, Dr. Contreras. She was talking about this, the scaffolding approach. With our K-6 English learners, do we pull them out? Is there any practice of pulling them out for any intensive language instruction, like a Read 180 kind of thing for our students, our English learners in a K-6?
We do have Read 180 at a couple of our sites. However, we also have designated and integrated instruction, which is embedded into the ELA curriculum. So in integrated instruction, the students are taught within the content area, and instructional strategies are used to support them. In the designated, that's a specific time just for EL learners to work on grammatical skills and vocabulary.
So are they pulled out of a normal classroom then, and they're put
There's
with other
different
ELs?
school sites that organize that in different ways.
Okay. And that we would call that scaffolding? I'm just trying to make sure I understand what with the language.
Scaffolding would be an instructional strategy that's used to help the students to access core content.
Okay. At each of our school sites, with regard to chronic absenteeism, I know some of each of our principals do different things. And so have we identified best practices?
I think regarding the chronic absentee is really knowing their names, who those students are, keeping a very close watch on their attendance, doing home visits, connecting with the families, seeing what supports and services that we can put in place to kind of prohibit those mitigating factors. Different principals do it a little bit differently. A lot of principals are out there knocking on doors and doing home visits where we can find those students and seeing what we can do to connect them with resources.
Is there a specific employee that's at our school sites or circulates throughout our school sites that does home visits, or is it normally just somebody at the site that gets assigned to do it?
Our attendance liaisons are assigned to school sites, and they do probably the bulk of those home visits. We also have the two positions, the homeless and foster liaisons, who assist.
Great. Thank you.
Trustee Irvin, I believe, is up next.
Yes, great report again. I wanted to know, is the virtual academy considered an alternative school site or for?
So the Modesto Virtual Academy is a form of independent study for students, and it's an opportunity for students to engage with an online curriculum. It's alternative to the comprehensive site, but the student is still technically a student of the comprehensive site who's taking their coursework through Modesto Virtual Academy.
Okay, so it wouldn't go under the
DAS?
Yeah, the DAS.
No.
Okay. Mm-mm. Okay. And looking at the areas for improvement, in particular with the suspension rate, or any of the red and orange areas that we have, what are some of the strategies being deployed to address those areas?
So kind of along the lines with what Heather mentioned with regard to attendance, it's really about getting down to the student level. With regard to suspension, for example, if you have students who are being suspended multiple times, engaging parents in those constant meetings and dialogue, putting a plan together for students to be successful on campus. In addition to that, all the efforts that are put in place with PBIS so that one could be proactive in teaching students the appropriate skills and behaviors on campus and rewarding, students caught doing good as far as demonstrating those positive skills and behaviors.
Okay, and one last question is how often are suspensions being monitored in terms of, I know Dr. Contreras mentioned how getting ahead of the game. So how are we getting ahead of the game on suspensions in terms
of one of the newly developed reports under Dr. Noguchi's direction was one that provides a suspension report for monthly, the number of school days within the month, and it shows you compared to the prior year in the same month, how did you do with regard to suspensions? In addition to that, schools have the ability to pull a list of students who were suspended, the reasons they were suspended. It helps schools identify a theme. Perhaps students are getting suspended often out at lunchtime on the yard, so maybe we need to implement some lunchtime activities or intramurals to help keep kids active and busy during the lunchtime so that they're not getting into trouble during those times. Discipline reports could be pulled any day, and it's a hot topic on our campuses, and so principals are really keeping a close eye on that. It's being looked at very often.
And then one last comment is I'm glad to see the Leadership Military Science has been added to the dashboard. Go JROTC one day.
So no more lights, back to me. I think to sort of come back to Trustee Irvin's question, I think that, and I'll look forward to the suspension report when we get it. I can certainly forward the CalPADS data I pulled that could go to the rest of the board members if they want it. I think the work's been marvelous. I think defiance was one of the things we heard a lot about. Hispanic defiance, 1,084 suspensions in 2011, 109 as of this year. African-American high school students, 393 went to 3. Defiance for all students, 4,286 in 2011, 75 last year. I think the work being done there is being done, and if we're doing anything other than minor adjustments, I want to have red flags going off, because I do think that the work we put in there has been well done, and I think the results that we see are admirable. And where they waver, I think it's interesting, because I think if we go back to our SBAC report, I was talking about what student cohorts will move a number, and we talked about focusing on English language arts and literacy because the majority of our school population is Hispanic. We won't move that number, the big numbers don't move. I think the same is true when we look at this other data. Very small subsets of populations will swing wildly. I think it was an LCAP template report we saw where we had a goal to improve Native American and Pacific Islander suspension rates. And I believe you were laughing at me then, because I'm looking back now, that I pointed that out, because in all honesty, it's this small of a group. 5 students moved that number. I don't know if that's outreach by us or call the 2 families that are involved. And I think we have to take as a board that into consideration, that our African American suspension numbers are going to swing wildly. It's 2.5%, 3.5% of a population. It's a handful of students that move this number from 5% in 16, 12% in 16 to 17% this year, and it was a 6-point jump. It's probably about a dozen students. And I think we have to keep that in perspective. Off my soapbox on suspension data. I'm sensitive to it because we've all been beaten up on it for so many years when we didn't have the data, because it lags. It's years behind. Before we actually see the numbers of what happened in a given time frame, it's a year and a half later. And it's very similar to this data that we're 6 months back and we're getting ready to test again. Questions. One that can't be answered. I want to know who put in the rule that says we're going to penalize parents for exercising parental rights. And I know I'm going to set off radars on my right and my left. Okay? A parent has the right in California to have parental rights. You have the ability to not subject your child to certain data collection. And who passed this? I know, in Sacramento, that now penalizes parents and a district for exercising their rights seems wrong to me. But it goes with the other 2 things that got changed, which was the high school academics. What was the other thing they gave up? The grad rate. And we'll go back to that after we go to the public, that there's nobody that can come back up on a history lesson of how we got here. I don't know that I have questions because I don't, there's not an answer to why it's unacceptable in my mind that the state as a whole, 70, 80, 90% below grade level. African Americans, English learners, Hispanics, it's up and down this state. And I don't know how to phrase that question that you can answer because it's not just us. And I think the frustrating part is, what do we do to get around this? And I think the question is, how do we get ahead? And I think that's the question I leave on the table for everybody, is that I think me and Trustee Newman have talked about this. To exceed on this test, you have to be ahead of grade level. You can't be at grade level. I don't know, my children don't take it, but I know those who do. Seems like you have to be a year ahead to get to the exceed or met mark. And how we do that is a huge challenge. And I don't know the answers. But it's very depressing when you look at the data numbers. And I will go to the public that there's none of, because I don't have questions. To be honest, I don't want to put anybody on that spot. Sir?
Well, I just want to say I agree with you. My son is 10 years old, and like I said, he attends Merton, and he scores low on the test. And I'm a lawyer, and I think about it. How does he read? How does he explain it? How does he understand it? Is his math good? And then I don't understand this. It beats me. And that's your job. Thank you.
Back to board comments. Trustee Newman.
I just want to appreciate President Walker's passion and work on this. He's worked tirelessly. He has charts and everything. He's looked at this data sideways and upside down, and I appreciate that. But I do want to say, you keep saying, we got to work around it. I think the only way to work with this is to work through it. And we've got to work through it. We've got to help our kids do better. And we need to, it's across the board. There's some major problems, areas certainly that have been identified, but we need to get kids to that finish line of graduation, and we need them to be performing along the way. This is not a problem that's just unique to our district. I think the numbers across the state were not great. And so we all have a lot of work to do. And so I appreciate the efforts of our staff and the passion up here. And I just want to say that this is something we have to get through, not around.
Trustee West.
I've learned to become very skeptical about data because I know it can be misunderstood and it can be skewed. And I appreciate the comments about the lower suspension rates. Obviously, we need to show that, but just because we are not suspending or expelling students doesn't mean the behavior has improved. I think we need to look at the root of what's going on and figure out how to really help those students instead of focusing on bringing the numbers down, because I don't think that's necessarily solving the problems that we're having.
Trustee Irvin.
Now, I agree with you on most of that, President Walker, but I don't want you to admit, I
expected
it. Shortchange, like you said, it's a very small number, 12 students. To me, any one student is too many to miss a day from school, to be suspended from school. And also, that's where our focal point should be. Any child being suspended is a detriment to our community and to our school system. We, like Trustee West said, we should be finding out ways to mitigate those behaviors and those things that cause students to violate student ed code and wind up with a suspension. But another thing that came to me was a couple teachers mentioned to me, it says, the reason why our suspensions are going down is because many of them are turning the blind eye, so the district doesn't end up back in, at the forefront in the community again and going through litigation and things, that they're not following the ed code and kind of mitigated it in terms of on a student by student basis. So, I don't know how true that is, but I know several teachers have mentioned that.
I've been critical of this new dashboard because it's so complicated and difficult for the lay public to understand what's going on and what the assessments actually mean. But I was impressed tonight with the understanding of the data presented by the district. And I am impressed that we're drilling down to the details and recognizing areas for improvement and really focusing on what can be done. So kudos to the presenters tonight. And what I feel is the focus that's going down to the site level, allowing us to work on the root problems and really get to the point where we can see major improvement in academics. So thank you for all the effort that's been put into this. And hopefully the state will be able to find a way to present it so that the public can understand what it is that you guys are doing and working so hard at.
Trustee Lopez.
No, I'm just gonna once again thank everyone for the report. Definitely, maybe it's that I've been here a little bit longer, but definitely a lot more clear this time around than from a year ago. But at the end of the day, I'm left with the fact that I look at the first column that says all students, and I see that we're in yellow, orange, and suspension. English is yellow, mathematics yellow, but it shows that we have a lot of work ahead of us. And we talk about declining enrollment, we talk about budget, and the only way for us to go is up, right? And I'm very proud of the group that we have here, because we know that these colors aren't a reflection of the work that goes on in our district. And I'm left with a couple months ago, we were back in the board goal setting, right? And we talked about, Mark mentioned, the equity, right? That, that we divide this up because sometimes some groups, big or small, are going to need that extra push, and we need to see where those are, and they're going to need a different outside the box mentality. And I think we have that in this room. So I'm appreciative of the work, and little or small, we need to work on the first section of all our students.
Okay. I think the one takeaway, and I wanted to do this at the end so that there's at least a head nod by the board in the sense of direction, that the red categories that I think stand out that have the most chance of getting addressed between now and the 60-day testing window that's coming would be to put a concentrated effort and focus on our homeless and foster children. I think that if nothing else, that would put in some best practices or some thoughts for next year. If we work towards that goal right now, given it's a smaller subgroup, and then take some lessons away and then come back next year and go, how do we do better with that? Was the one academic thing I wanted to focus on. I think to Trustee Irvin's point, yes, and I'm glad you hit on that because I was waiting to see if anybody else would touch on it. I think anything to do with suspension and expulsion and discipline right now, I would hope would be folded into the frame of classroom management and what effects there have been there, and how do our teachers feel about that, and how do we build that, whatever that bridge is. I'm not a teacher, but I know that classroom management has to be a huge part of this, and what's going on in a classroom that a teacher feels like they can manage or not manage versus suspension versus not. And then the academic part. I think if our students are succeeding academically and they're engaged and they're involved and they feel like they're being cared for, it's much less likely that we're going to end up in a disciplinary thing, I think. Taking the sort of long view. The rest of my complaints I've left with the superintendent. It's the process. I think if you think about the history, and I'll tell one story because I was actually at the district office when this happened. If anybody remembers a day when something happened right where you were, when they created DF3 or whatever this thing is, I was sitting in the back parking lot with Dr. Zambo in the History Social Science Adoption Committee, listening, and you were listening on the radio too, because I came to your office and they had head plugs in when the State Board of Education, non-elected, non-accountable, decided to go into closed session and create a system that would disguise what was going on with the scores. They took 4 scores, created 5 categories. They didn't change the cut scores. They took 4 sets of cut scores and created 5 categories. They did not release it to the public. I don't believe that we still have access to the actual calculation unless you can dig into actual student data. And it was meant to prevent large numbers of schools and school districts from going into program improvement. They saw 2 years ago that these numbers weren't moving. And so part of the history behind this was, how do we, for lack of a better term, cloud this? And so it's been clouded. And the states submitted their federal ESSA application, rejected twice. It just got through. And the changes they made that got this through were the 3 things we heard tonight. The graduation rate that California was docked on by the feds. It was the lack of being able to punish parents on opt-out. And it was the high school academics they weren't reporting. The state had no intentions of reporting those numbers. And I don't think that I'm going to give anybody credit for being forced to do something when they didn't want to do it. It was their 3rd round. We were the last of the last states to get our ESSA application authorized, and those were the concessions made. I don't think it helps us as a district. I'm going to continue to look at the real data and question what I see on the dashboard because I don't see how it lines up. I've actually gone and looked at scores for students and looked at the number of students tested. They don't match what's on the CDE website for CASP. You can go pull out cohort school students and say number tested. It will not line up with the dashboard number of students. And so I will use the real data and I will be quiet and I will continue to be skeptical of anything out of Sacramento. B8, report on safety task force, which gets us back to the Mr. Zierle show. He's been the headliner tonight.
Yes, I have. Thank you again, President Walker. Again, we've heard this before, but under the direction of Dr. Noguchi, the Safety Task Force was created to respond to the needs of staff, students, and the community by defining school safety. and exploring further development of safety conditions. And so the purpose of this presentation is to update the board on the continued work of the Safety Task Force. And the Safety Task Force is facilitated by Suzanne Speck, Vice President of School Services of California. One of the uniqueness, I think, or the greatness of this committee is that we invited both internal and external stakeholders to be part of this task force to define school safety. And here you see the makeup of all of the district committee members, highlighted by 2 trustees up there, as well as a broad list of employees across the district. And again, outside of the district, the external stakeholders. And you can see we're very proud of the participation of the members on this list who are willing to give up their time to improve the further development of our safety conditions. Again, the purpose of the task force: define school safety, identify current conditions and root causes of the current conditions, respond to the needs of staff, students, and community by exploring the further development of safety conditions, and to propose recommendations to the superintendent and the Board of Trustees for future work. The first meeting was held on October 23rd, and the facilitator asked us as a group to answer this basic question: a school is safe when? After that, we identified focus areas for the group to break up and get involved in. We developed essential and guiding questions for the task force, identified and collection and analyzation of data, and identify assets and needs. The 5 focus areas identified at that first meeting was centered around community and parent partnerships, supports and resources, physical safety, secure and safe facilities, safety preparedness and response procedures, and culture and climate, or social and emotional safety. We had our second meeting on 12/4, and each of the groups was tasked with the data that they collected and bringing back and talking, what does the data tell us? Qualitative data, you're documenting your impressions or themes that were found in the data that you collected, or quantitative, by the means of statistical analysis that included frequencies, percentages, etc. We also talked about at this meeting, what doesn't the data tell us? What more do we need in order to further the advancement of this safety task force? Next steps, we have a meeting scheduled for February 5th. That would be the 3rd meeting. At that point in time, we will discuss proposing goals and or initiatives to the superintendent and the Board of Trustees, with a report to the Board of Trustees on the recommendations sometime in the spring. Future work after that would be development of measurable objectives, actions, and activities for each goal that is identified, as well as development of short and long-term outcome measures. With that, I know it was quick. I would entertain any questions surrounding the safety task force.
At this point, we like quick. Trustee Irvin's up first.
Yes, I'm glad this task force is. I'm glad this task force is active. I know back when I was on the board of the West Modesto Collaborative and working with the school district, we were looking at those safe routes to schools, and I didn't see that indicated on here because we have some pocket areas where there's no curbs and things like that. That's one of the reasons why they got the Helen White Memorial Trail behind the center, so kids could stay off California and go take the trail to Mays Boulevard. But then when you're over by Franklin, there's no curves. You got the Highway 132 there, and other pocket areas I know by Orville Wright, I want to say Fairview, and some other areas in terms of Franklin and Marshall, and providing safe routes to schools. So I wanted to know, are you guys addressing that, or could that be a part of the the task force as well in terms of looking at safe routes to school in some of our areas where they could truly be addressed?
There's and maybe a cabinet member can help out. There's 5 identified focus areas that cabinet members are part of. I know the one that I'm on that has not come up as far as a focus area needed for the group I'm on, and I don't know if the others, if it has been brought up. If not, we will definitely talk about that on February 5th and where that fits in one of those focus areas to discuss.
Physical safety? It might fit with physical safety. I'm not sure who's on that task force, but all right. Oh, yeah, because it seems like that.
It has not come up yet, but
okay, yeah. Because I think mostly we were talking about campuses and what's happening in a campus, and then also what to do in the event of an emergency. So outside resources and outside plan, how do we connect? But I think the safe routes to school is extremely important. Yeah, I brought that up in numerous meetings I've had with the city, with the county, because our schools are in some pockets that are county, and so that's why they don't have the sidewalks, because they chose not to. They didn't want to pay the taxes for as a homeowner, they wanted to have freedom not to have to do what the city or the county told them. They wanted to be able to have animals and, cows and chickens and all that. So it didn't work with the sewer system and all that. So that's kind of how some of those homes are, only because I know people that live in those homes, and that's their choice. But I think in the future, we have to figure out how can we partner with the city and the county, and how can we get some sidewalks in, because I think it is really important. Because, just look at the rain we had the first week of January. Those children could not walk to school without going in the street to get to school, because those puddles went way out and beyond the middle of the street. So it was really difficult for them to get to school. But that's been an ongoing problem. I was hoping with Measure L we'd be able to take care of that, but who knows?
Trustee Newman.
I thank you, Mr. Zierle, for this report, and I'm excited to see this committee up and going. I would like to see, and I appreciate, Shelby, your participation in this. I think as student participation is really important. After the Parkland last year, a student group emerged, March for Our Lives, that, and so there's some student activism at this level. And so I think that it's important to try and encourage, the real test of whether our schools are safe is if our kids are telling us, yeah, I feel safe. There's somebody I can talk to. I feel safe when I come to school. I have somebody I can talk to if I don't feel safe. And we saw a great example of how our students will talk to an adult with the buyer. And so it's just really important that we stay in touch with our students on this issue of safety, because they are the ultimate. They're the people we're keeping safe. So we need to engage them in a meaningful way if they do feel safe. So I'm not sure whether it would be adding them to the committee or to have a student outreach kind of thing. Last year, what I tried to arrange with interim superintendent Ridquist was to have each of us board members to go out to the school site. Some of it didn't come out the way I thought it should, but I, with Mr. Godot, went out and talked to kids at lunch hour on Modesto High campus, talked to a number of students about whether they felt safe. So I think that that's just really important. As we talk about safety, we have to engage our students. It's not, their parents, that their view is important, but I do think it's the students, and if they feel comfortable, they'll be honest. And so that's what we want. We want to hear from the students if they feel safe. So I encourage some way to get that student engagement, and perhaps using the board to do that, or whatever resources we have available.
Trustee Marks.
I like Trustee Newman's idea. I think I just remember going out to Bayer and listening to the students and their concern about their safety, and some about their. Well, one's father was a teacher at another school, at that school, and was concerned about his safety because Bayer doesn't have exits very easily. You can't exit a classroom very easily when you're inside the hub in the middle of the building, and there aren't any windows or doors to get out. You have to go through all this. Anyway, just the way that school was built was a unique idea, and it hasn't presented itself as a safe place for teachers to exit or students to get out of there. But she said it was more, she was more afraid for her father. But I do believe that Mr. Herbst had a report that I thought was fascinating to me, and the board might like to read it. But it was those questions: do you feel safe at school? It asked staff members and students that question, and I was impressed with how safe they felt when I read through it. I expected to read, and I don't know when the questions were asked. If it's close to an event, a national event, I think you would feel less safe. But when it's but they felt that they had somebody to talk to on their campus. Far over the majority, I have to say maybe 70% of the students, from my recollection, felt like they had somebody they could talk to. Now, the 30%, I don't know, they didn't say. But I think it would be helpful for the board maybe to see something, maybe just a couple of those pages in a report, so you can get an idea of some of what we've already asked our students and staff and where they're at, because that was our other question was, does staff feel safe on campus as well? Because that's really important. If you want to work in our school district, do you feel safe? And if we aren't suspending students, if there's that perception that, students are still in the classroom and the teachers feel unsafe, then what are we going to do about that too? So it isn't just a matter of do the students feel safe, but does the staff also feel safe? And that's something the staff, I think, is addressing on their committee that they are on. So I just appreciate hearing and seeing and then taking back whatever you're saying to the committee. I think it'll help us all. And I'm sure Adolfo will too on his part.
Trustee Lopez.
No, I just wanted to mention that I'm on the community partnerships and community and parent partnerships branch of the committee, and we're really working on making sure that we have an asset mapping of the not only like who are our allies for the school, but also what are the networks, what are the resources available in our communities, and making sure that parents are aware of that. That we're not taking a one-step approach to only focusing on the school, but how do we interact with community, how we work with other agencies to really provide not only the standard safety, but also like mental health and health itself resources for our community, so that they can feel a well-rounded sense of safety in their schools and in their community. And to the question about safe routes to schools. We're hoping to bring some people from Overwrite that are working with safe routes to schools out there. So we hope that in the near future they're also part of the committee. So that's my.
All right. I think the encouraging part of this is a good report, but I think also having 2 board members on the committee. I think because it allows us to get your input as you form ideas and come back, and then. I've never left Trustee Newman's statement from way back when we were campaigning that if these students, and it's what I've read, when they look at these after action reports at any place there's been an incident, why wasn't the student able to get the information out? And if the students are communicating and there's an adult to talk to, it prevents almost all these things from getting off the ground, and we've seen that here locally. And I think building that trust is probably the biggest part of this in my mind, is that these students can talk to people and call people up or go grab a teacher or, as you say, find an adult, tell an adult, and then things work themselves out. Anybody from the public would comment on the school safety report? Seeing none. Back to the board for comments. Seeing none. Thank you for the report. Well done. Look forward for recommendations coming forward. And work to be done. B9, approval of the first reading of proposed draft of board bylaw 9000, roll of the board. Are you back on? Okay. So I toned down. I have not brought back board bylaws at every meeting like I was at one point because I thought we were getting a little weary. I asked for this one because I think it leads into our workshop coming up for final governance on direction, vision, mission. This just lays out the different areas of board responsibility from superintendent contracts, negotiations. There's an HR portion, academic portion. It serves more as a checklist in my mind as to what policies we should be looking at for those areas. But my hope was it sort of set us back up for that next piece where we look at vision, mission, objective, goals. And that was my take on this. And I think if you look at other that are not board bylaws on the CSBA sample, all the leading 000s, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, etc., all sort of lay out the same sort of format where it does an overarching high view of what the subject area is and lays out the responsibilities and the underlying policies that go with them. With that, I see Trustee Newman with a question.
I just wanted to add that the two, I added, everything looks like Gamut did, but I added two little parts to the first sentence that were elected by trustee areas to provide leadership. Because we are elected by trustee areas. And so that way it was just, it better stated how we're elected and the citizen oversight of the district as a whole. So we're elected by trustee areas, and then it's a reminder we're oversight of the district as a whole. So I thought those are important words to add given the fact that we are elected by trustee areas, except for John and I, which sit at large. And John, the two Johns and I.
So I do listen, and I do take recommendations. So with no other questions, out to the public for comment on Board Bylaw 9000. Seeing that everybody's reading their newspapers, we'll bring it back to the board for comment. Seeing none, I am looking for a motion to approve Board Bylaw 9000. I see Trustee Newman. I'm looking left for a second. Trustee Irvin. All those in favor say aye and raise your hand. Aye. That passes unanimously. Yay. All right. I think that gets us to the last two rungs. Report of meetings attended by other Board of Education members. Lights, they're all lit up. So I just worked left to right. Trustee Brown.
So I want to report on a couple of meetings that I attended. One is the School Partnership Collaborative that I participate in, and in response to questions about the safe routes to schools, that's something that this committee is working on to see if as a community we can assist with that. Our February meeting has a presentation from the county regarding the process related to getting sidewalks in these undeveloped areas. So the whole community at large and lots of organizations and businesses are interested in that particular topic and how we can assist in making that route to school safe for every child. So I thought that was real apropos to what we were talking about today, and I'll be following up and glad to share any information that comes out of that group. Also, just report that I regularly attend the County School Boards Association meeting. Nothing real pressing to report out of that at this time.
Trustee Newman.
Along with Trustee Irvin and Trustee Brown, I attended the Martin Luther King Day lunch, which was very nice. And then I also was a speaker at the IB Information Night, and the library was packed with families and prospective students. They have a number of them that are available to the public and are required to in order for you to apply to the program. And so it was great to see that many people and that many parents and students packing the library, the Modesto High Library, to hear about arguably the most rigorous program in Stanislaus County, academically rigorous. And so I thought that was really exciting. So.
Okay, I'm going to work from left back to center here. Trustee Irvin.
Yes, I attended the Fremont Open Plan, their PBIS awards that they did over at Modesto High School, which was really nice to see all the wonderful things that they're doing over at Fremont Open Plan. As Trustee Newman said, at the MLK luncheon, and also with Trustee Marks was at the MLK commemoration over at Christian Love Church, where they honored Pastor Anderson, who passed away in July. So that's it.
Trustee West.
Mine's short and sweet. It wasn't a meeting. It was the Peace Assembly before Christmas. Fremont School put it on at, that's the one you were talking about, right? Yeah, not PBIS. It was just wonderful. A great way to start the holiday season, to see those children and their bright, shiny little faces singing songs of hope. It was beautiful.
Trustee Marks.
So I was just going to add to Trustee Irvin's comments about the Martin Luther King celebration yesterday. The students, we had a Downey student there that shared at it, and an Enoch student did Martin Luther King's speech. And it was 1,600 words, and it took him a while, and he was fantastic. And he's a junior, and he graduates next year. I asked him because I saw him on the way out, so I got to talk to him. But it's a great celebration. So if you can next year, put it on your calendar. It's usually at 10 o'clock at Christian Love Baptist Church, and it's just an awesome thing. So they do a lot, and they still continued on with the heart and soul of what Reverend Anderson had started with the students. He always celebrates lots and lots of students at the event, so that was really good. But it's a blessing, so that's it.
So mine in reverse order. Last week we were at, I think it was Trustee Brown was there, Irvin, myself, and Superintendent swearing in of the new president NAACP. Trustee Marks and myself, right before Christmas break, went out to Roosevelt for the tech night. So it was a STEM presentation. Ran into Marla there briefly as well. It was a really nice presentation when you saw all these young people. I actually went and looked up how you program a Lego robot. I now know that language. I don't know it, but I see where they get it from. But it was really neat to see them engaged. They all built future city projects with really interesting ideas, some of them very forward-thinking for the competition, which I saw on the website that one of those groups won first place. And so one of the groups we saw present that night won the practice first place at the county, which was great. And then if we're doing speaking gigs, I have a podcast out with the state of Jefferson folks. If you want to hear me rant for about an hour, there was nothing we didn't cover. Future meetings, I did want to ask one question before I ask for agenda items. We have Dr. Jason Okonofa speaking at Downey. How many of us are planning to attend in the sense of how many of us are going to be in the room? 4 of us? 5 of us? We'll pick out spots on different corners. Just thought it'd be worth an ask how many people are going to be there while they're convening. Which brings us to the next to final item. Items to be placed on the future board agenda. I see no papers rustling. That brings us to having heard all action discussion items. Thank you, staff. Thank you, superintendent. This concludes the meeting for this evening. Do I hear a motion to adjourn? I see Trustee Benz go quick. Do I have a second? Trustee Marks. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.
Yeah, it's a year of it.